95th Street is closed at Cicero Avenue due to a crash with injuries. 94 westbound, Berrien County, Michigan. LaPorte Road, exit 1. There's a crash. But all traffic on the westbound side of 94 is diverted off and back on the roadway at LaPorte Road. The Adams Tollway, westbound traffic is stop and go from Manheim to the Devon Toll Plaza. Crash in the two center lanes. Outbound Stevenson, slow. LaGrange Road to the Tri-State. Overnight road work a bit late and clearing. It's a 5-minute delay. Traffic service of RCN. Entertainment redefined. Get award-winning, super-fast 155 internet and awesome digital TV as low as $55.94 per month. Plus, take TV anywhere with RCN to go. It's awesome-azing. RCN, entertainment redefined. 1-800-RING-RCN or RCN.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
A little rain for the morning, then a shower in spots for the afternoon. Winds gusting past 45 miles per hour today with a high 62. Then a partly cloudy and breezy night, low 37. Winds gusting past 40 miles per hour tomorrow with clouds and sun throughout the day, high 47. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
58 at O'Hare. Next news at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Turnkey IT, giving you the freedom to focus on your business while they handle the technical stuff. Turnkey IT.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
This is a moment where it's better to be safe than to be sorry. So we think the prudent, the responsible thing is to take a pause in this particular aspect of this refugee program in order to verify that terrorists are not trying to infiltrate the refugee population.
But the United States of America shouldn't turn away a mother and a child who have been driven out of their homes and perhaps had another child killed in the process and made their way over land or sea to seek refuge.
Congress may want to hide from this, but Congress can't hide. ISIL's not going away. And I think it is time, and you see a growing willingness and understanding in Congress that we've got to be more engaged.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. So a lot of action yesterday and overnight, starting in Paris, where there was a raid by French law enforcement. 2 suspects killed, 7 arrested, including among the 2 suspects that were killed includes one woman who was holed up in an apartment in a suburb of Paris who activated a suicide vest at the beginning of the raid. The identities are not known at this time, at least per the report that I'm reading. This raid began around 4 a.m.
Yeah, it's lasted about 5.5 hours now. There's one raid in an apartment, and then there's other people being held up at a nearby church, which we're just learning about. No arrests at the time, but they're still talking to the people inside the church. But it's very strange. Women, Muslim men don't really respect women's roles in society. They don't want them to be assertive or strong, but they're sure a part of this Paris attack. One woman was one of the terrorists that blew herself up inside the theater, and now we have this woman who detonated a suicide belt that she was wearing.
Yeah, well, this is part of the discussion.
Do they drink and smoke too?
Well, this is part of the discussion of Syrian refugees, that just because of women's place in many of these Islamic societies doesn't mean that they're not participants in terror. Of course they have been. Frankly, they have been. Ask Israel about that. What was the conversation when we first invaded Iraq and Afghanistan, where people would embed themselves, put bombs in baby carriages, hide amongst the civilian populace to use them as human shields? So this should come as a surprise to no one who's been paying attention to how these terrorists operate.
And this raid overnight that's been going on in Paris has been, they're looking for the ringleader. I know I'm going to butcher his name. Aboud is his last name. Aboud, excuse me. And I thought that he was in Syria this whole time, and they said, no, he's in Paris, and they were planning another attack. That's why they moved in.
Well, you also had yesterday a couple of terror alerts in Germany, 2 stadiums evacuated. And this is kind of a fascinating statement. German police, warning people not to walk in groups.
Really?
Yeah, this is...
On the way to the stadium or just in general, don't walk in groups?
Yeah, I mean, it's a general statement. And, they were erring on the side of caution, but they believed there were credible threats for the possibility of bombs at a couple of stadiums, a concert venue one stadium that was going to be a concert venue in particular, of course, hearkening back to one of the sites of the attack on Friday night.
And then what about the soccer game was canceled between Germany and the Netherlands, and there was a rumor out that an ambulance was nearby that was full of explosives. And that turned out to be just that, a rumor. There was no ambulance full of explosives, but they received a few credible bomb threats. So that's why they canceled that game.
Well, I mean, this is serious, and you don't want to foment misplaced alarm. This is not about spreading fear, but it is about being sensible and assessing the credibility of threats and responding in kind to err on the side of safety. Again, is there any confusion about how serious the terrorists are about attacking the West when they say we're going to attack the West? I hope a lot of the doubt about their commitment has been removed. Although we have some cognitive dissonance. We'll get to John Kerry and his just stunning statements yesterday, but Angela Merkel, the German chancellor, saying yesterday, despite those instances of suspected bombs at the locations of multiple stadiums in Germany, that Germany's economy is strong enough to absorb the influx of refugees. She's standing by her open-door policy. We are a strong country. We're a prosperous society. We have the strength to help. We should not only talk about the burdens this challenge brings to us, but also the opportunity.
Opportunity.
Yeah. The opportunity is increasingly lost on the populace of Germany, who is not standing by Angela Merkel, standing by her open-door policy. So, this goes back to this conversation. I mean, is Europe going to get serious about the threat that they face, a threat that they have allowed to fester and grow in their countries, Germany, France,
Belgium,
multicultural Europe, Belgium.
Why don't they take out? What did you call them yesterday? No-go zones.
Yeah.
It's where, and that's that Mozambique, that neighborhood in Brussels. That's Molenbeek.
Mozambique is an island nation.
Sorry, and that's it's filled with Syrian refugees. And they're ISIS members. It's an active recruiting center. That's where they bought the weapons that they used in the Charlie Hebdo attack. So one of the terrorists that was blown up or blew himself up, he worked selling drugs and weapons out of a pharmaceutical, like it was a pharmacy storefront. And everybody in the town knew what he was doing, but no one stopped him because the police are too afraid to go into that neighborhood.
Well, yeah, that's right. This is there's no question this is an issue, but not everybody is acting the same. So a little continued perusal around the globe here. Czech Republic, hat tip Václav Havel. The Czech Republic president marked the 26th anniversary of the Velvet Revolution by addressing a rally of his supporters organized by an anti-Muslim group. This is the way the AP reports it, anti-Muslim. The president, Miloš Zeman, who is known to not be a huge fan of radical Islam, told the crowd of several thousand in Prague, that they aren't extremists. And there was a counter-demonstration, of course, at a university campus. But the Czech Republic is taking, and the leadership there, taking a very different posture than you heard from Merkel or you'll hear from the Obama regime here. Also, quickly, continuing our tour, Israel outlaws domestic Islamic group as police raid offices. It's a group referred to as the Northern Branch of the Islamic Movement. Israel accused it of exciting recent Arab violence by conducting a campaign of agitation over a Jerusalem holy site. So the Israeli Security Cabinet made it illegal to belong or aid the movement and allows for its seizure of property. And right after that, police shut down 17 organizations linked to the movement in Arab communities throughout northern Israel. You know, Ayan Hirsi Ali was on with Megyn Kelly. Ayan Hirsi Ali, the author of Heretic and a former Muslim who was forcibly mutilated as a young girl, and speaks out against the repression in some of these Islamic countries and Islamic communities. She made the point, you want to know what should be done, particularly if you have kind of a fifth column problem like France seems to have, like Belgium seems to have, then look to what Israel does, because they deal with an existential threat 24/7. They're not waiting for what happened on Friday night in Paris. So you want to kind of look at a model that may be worth replicating in certain instances. Some of these no-go zones that you just referenced, maybe Israel's approach
so Israel
is worth
has
a look.
No-go zones.
Right. Yeah, they're not ceding.
They're not messing around.
They're not ceding territory. Oh, and by the way, just as a quick aside, but before we get to Carrie and the boys and girls, this story, saw this in the Gateway Pundit. One Syrian refugee is already missing in Louisiana. So in terms of the vetting process, at least one Syrian refugee that was in the process of resettling in Baton Rouge.
I like Baton Rouge better. It sounds more sophisticated.
It does.
Baton
You're right.
Rouge.
Yes, you're right.
I'll have my Molenbeek. You can have your Baton Rouge.
It's more like Moulin Rouge and Baton Rouge. One Syrian refugee in the process of resettling in
Baton Rouge.
You said Baton Rouge. I said Baton Rouge. Has gone missing.
Great.
And there are another 7 Syrian refugees in Kenner and 6 more in the New Orleans area. Jindal contacted, responded to the Gateway Pundit's post, and the refugee ultimately turned up out of state, but the governor's office had to do the legwork on this to track and identify. So, I mean, it just goes to this issue of, are you sure that we got a handle on the vetting? And
how do you vet somebody who doesn't have papers?
Well,
that's a real easy question, but it's hard to answer.
No, not for John Kerry. Not that you'll probably appreciate the quality of his answer, and we'll have that coming up.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
312-642-5600. Your call's coming up. Grab a line. And here's your forecast for today. Mostly cloudy, windy, mild. Little morning rain, then a shower again by the afternoon. A high of 62 degrees. So enjoy that, because tomorrow it's going to be partly sunny. Wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour. A lot cooler, highs in the low 40s. Let's get the travel time. Some slick roads, some standing water out there, Jim Telemonte.
That's right. Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. We're still trying to vet some traffic information coming from Berrien County, Michigan, near the Indiana line. Westbound 94 is closed in at least one area. We've got a report of a crash at 239 south of St. Joe, where the interstate is closed, and also New Buffalo, right near exit 1, a crash. Just traffic diverted off and back on the interstate right there, again, only affecting the westbound side. Oak Lawn, 95th Street is closed at Cicero with crash with injuries. In Naperville, 59 is closed northbound from Ogden to Audrey after a crash. Southbound, it's only one lane open. We have delays on the Adams Tollway westbound, Manheim to the Devon Toll, where a crash has 3 left lanes blocked. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center. For a long time, Turnkey IT has been providing solutions to AM 560 business owners. It's a name that you have come to know and trust. Turnkey IT takes care of your technology and has a plan that fits your company's IT budget and network needs. Interested in moving some or all of your business to the cloud? Turnkey IT can migrate your network to Microsoft's Office 365. Need someone to call when you can't print, have a lost file, or need tech support? Turnkey IT's got you covered. Offsite backup? Check. On-site support? Check. Help desk support? Check. Turnkey IT staff is professional, friendly, punctual, and will solve all of your technical problems immediately and work even after normal business hours, all for a fixed monthly rate. Turnkey IT knows your network is truly the heartbeat of your company, so focus on your business and leave the technical stuff to the pros. Visit turnkey.pro today for a plan that fits your needs. That's turnkey.pro.
Here's Dr. Howard, formulator of Balance of Nature, an all-natural, 100% organic fruit and vegetable supplement.
Did you know 40% of all cancer could be prevented? That's a fact. Along with maintaining appropriate body weight and regular exercise, the American Institute for Cancer Research and the USDA confirm that eating 9 to 11 servings of fruits and vegetables every day is the key. Now ask yourself, am I at risk? How many servings of fruits and vegetables did I eat today? Balance of Nature has solved this problem and provides an easy and affordable way to consume over 10 servings of 31 different whole fruits and vegetables every day.
Get real today with Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. That's right, I'm now Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. I'm the same guy that's provided listeners with honest advice and outstanding customer service for the past 13 years. The only thing that's changed is where I work. When you had questions about purchasing a home, you called me and I helped you. When you and your parents had questions about reverse mortgages, you called me and I helped you. When you needed help refinancing to lower your mortgage payments so you could afford the home after your spouse passed away, you called me and I helped you. If you'd like to talk to me about a mortgage, give me a call at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. Email me, david@pearldavid.com. That's david at PERLDavid.com. Or visit my website, am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA and MLS 19186, pearlmortgage.com licensing.
AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, Dan, we should also mention that 5 police officers were injured during that early morning raid in Paris.
Or suburb of Paris, yeah.
5 injured, and a police dog was killed.
Ooh, a canine officer.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now it's game on.
Yeah, now watch out, ISIS.
I remember one of my clients back in the day when I was just a civilian and not a radio talk show host.
I remember interviewing you.
Yeah.
You were the spokesperson for the town of Cicero.
I was. That was one of my clients. And there was an incident where a Cicero police officer shot and killed the village of Countryside's canine officer. And, this was obviously the village of Countryside. Not thrilled about it.
No.
They almost invaded and took over Cicero, as I recall.
I remember that story.
I don't want to make light of it
No, we
because
shouldn't, but it's
police dogs, the canine officers are canine officers. They're police, and I know
part of their family.
Yeah, there's a great loyalty to those canine officers. So it's a sad point, but it is worth pointing out. I'm glad you pointed that out.
And in all, 7 arrested, 2 dead in this deadly wake-up in this Paris neighborhood at an apartment complex where apparently a lot of ISIS members were living.
Now,
and why would the mastermind was there? I thought for sure he was in Syria, but hopefully they'll get him.
Well, and one of the things, too, we try and be restrained here to report what we know and to correct it when it needs correcting. And there's a good piece in the Washington Post, 5 things the internet got wrong about the Paris attacks. So, don't believe everything you read on the internet, especially even if it's unintentional. In the wake of such chaos, you're going to have things that are reported wrong. So
I can guess what one of them is, but go through your list.
Go ahead, guess.
That they communicated through PlayStation.
Correct.
Because I was at GameStop yesterday, and Matt, the owner, ripped me into one and said, "Why? I heard you talk about that. That's not true. That was a rumor on the internet, but a respectable news organization picked it up, and then it spread like wildfire."
Yeah. Don't ever impugn the integrity of PlayStation 4.
He said PlayStation, you can get those cables so easily.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good guess because the attacks were not planned on the PlayStation 4.
Then I got my 10% discount back.
I'm glad you and Matt are getting on famously now. Also, the Eiffel Tower did not go dark in honor of Paris victims. That did not happen. There was a Sikh man who was identified as one of the Paris attackers. Not one of the Paris attackers. Ugh, ouch. A Twitter account called @PZBooks did not predict the attacks, as some had reported.
I read that one too, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's just, we try and do our best to just report what we know to be true and then have a discussion about it, and sometimes, it doesn't work out, particularly in the fog of an attack like this. Frank in St. Charles, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Question. Who do you think is responsible for France's out-of-control Muslim population, and is there any lessons to be learned?
I think there are myriad lessons to be learned, and obviously France bears responsibility for what they allow to exist in their country. I mean, talking about these no-go zones, just for example, I remember after the Charlie Hebdo attack, there was a Jewish man in Paris who walked through some of these alleged no-go zones, as they're described, just to record how he would be treated.
I saw that
He
video.
wrote a piece
Yes.
about it. It was excellent. And the anti-Semitic slurs that he endured, the questioning, and at some points he said, I was legitimately scared. There's guys with guns. They're questioning, what do I think I'm doing here? And there were some tense moments, so a real courage to kind of get the story, to put a human face on what we're talking about in some of these neighborhoods in France. So, local and national officials bear some responsibility for the choices they make and the implications of those choices. There's no question about it. Thanks for the call, Frank.
Angela Merkel not changing her stance on their immigration policy right now with Syrian refugees. I mean, people, I was recently in Munich at the train station there, and they were mean to me, and I'm blonde. They don't like outsiders. I can see there being an uprising and her being ousted from office for this, posturing on this particular issue. Because how are they vetting them? They don't have any papers.
Chancellor Merkel must have been listening to John Kerry yesterday.
I just think people shouldn't be hysterical here. I think it's appropriate for a governor to stand up and say, I want to make certain, I want to protect my people, but we shouldn't automatically say, under no circumstances, never are we going to keep faith with America's values as a country that sets an example as a melting pot.
You know why the regime and its surrogates like John Kerry have so little respect and deserve even less? Is because they make statements they know to be materially false. Who has said never? Who has said never? Well, we'll have more on this. Paul Ryan, pause. Governors, including Ronner, a pause. We want to have confidence in the vetting system. No one is getting hysterical. No one is fomenting Islamophobia, except for the regime. John Kerry is an embarrassment to make statements like that. He knows are not reflective of people who are concerned about something happening in this country that happened in Paris on Friday night. He's a disgrace.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
For missing teeth, dental implants are wonderful. The advantages are fantastic. They really are just like your original ones. What you probably don't know is that not all implants are the same quality, and there are a lot of unqualified people doing implants.
This is Brian DeWolf. I have 2 implants from Fox River Periodontics. I had one. I was happy with it. So I had another one done, and I love them. The idea of dentures didn't appeal to me at all. I didn't want that appliance in my mouth. These implants are wonderful. They're just like your real teeth, and they're probably even better because there's no nerve attached to them, so there's no pain, and they last forever. Dr. Neruzzi is great, and his staff is wonderful, and I trust him completely. If you're looking for dental implants, or considering dental implants for a missing tooth or for a whole mouthful, talk to Dr. Neruzzi. He'll be happy you did, and Fox River Periodontics.
Just remember, implantsforme.com. Implantsforme.com.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 5:35, the Blue Collar Comedy Tour has nothing on Donald Trump. We'll explain.
And later on, look who's going on a sex strike to stop violence on the streets of Chicago. We'll explain. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Rain and 58 degrees. Winds out of the south at 19. A major anti-terror raid lasting throughout our night on the outskirts of Paris is over. French officials say that security operation continues in the area, but the scene is much more calm than it had been as night falls over Paris. Gunfire and explosions rang out at different times as heavily armed soldiers, police, and SWAT teams carried out the operation in the Paris suburb of Saint-Denis. The target was the mastermind of Last week's Paris attacks, and Fox's Greg Palcott was on the scene.
They've arrested 5. 2 terror suspects have been killed or have died. If I can paint a picture here of the neighborhood, we're looking at soldiers. This is, we could be in Afghanistan. We could be in Iraq, but we are in a suburb, a leafy suburb of Paris, probably the center of Saint-Denis. About 10 to 15 blocks have been sealed off, awaiting for the resolution of this, and it is not resolved yet.
French authorities believe the mastermind behind Friday's terror attacks was holed up in an apartment in the raid. French police are also searching a church in a northern suburb of Paris this morning. A German tourist visiting that area tells Fox News the situation is very tense.
I don't know that it's a war zone. It's a bit of a shock, of course, to all military personnel here, but I think they're doing the right thing because it's dangerous, yeah.
House Speaker Paul Ryan wants to stop the flow of Syrian refugees into the U.S. or put a pause or hold on bringing any more into the United States.
Our nation has always been welcoming, but we cannot let terrorists take advantage of our compassion. This is a moment where it's better to be safe than to be sorry.
Ryan's bill would call for a better way to find out if refugees pose any security threat before letting them into the country. Louisiana Governor Bobby Jindal is out of the race for the White House.
This is not my time. I've come to the realization this is not my time. So I've come here to announce that I'm suspending my campaign for President of the United States.
Jindal on Fox News saying he's ending his campaign. It's been an honor, he says, to run for president. A severe storm unleashing across the Northwest has killed 3, leaving hundreds of thousands without electricity. High winds toppling trees on the power lines and roadways, high winds and blowing snow. The order of the day, horrible driving conditions in Colorado, New Mexico, Nebraska, and Kansas. It may be a good idea this morning to check your freezer for Tyson chicken. Company recalling thousands of pounds of products due to a bad smell. The recall includes 52,000 pounds of Tyson Anytizer hot wings. Officials are investigating a pair of bomb threats that caused 2 Air France flights heading from the U.S. to Paris to be diverted last night. One from L.A. to Paris, diverted to Salt Lake City. A second from Dulles in Washington, D.C. to Paris, diverted to Halifax, Nova Scotia. Both planes landed safely. No injuries were reported. Other stories we're following this morning. Former Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich wants the U.S. Supreme Court to hear his corruption case appeal. The widow of Fox Lake police officer Joseph Glenowitz wants access to her bank accounts. Lawyers for Melody Glenowitz say they filed a request to lift a restraining order that has frozen her personal checking and savings accounts. Chicago sports. College hoops last night. Penn State topped DePaul, Western Illinois over UIC. Big games at the United Center. Kentucky and Michigan State with wins in the State Farm Champions Classic. The news, a service of InterstateBatteries.com. At Interstate Batteries, they make some of the longest-lasting car batteries in the business. They sell those long-lasting batteries at an even longer list of locations. Interstate Batteries are sold in over 100,000 locally owned locations across the nation. Find a dealer near you at InterstateBatteries.com. A check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity is tired of the double standard.
The Carson campaign disputes Politico's unsubstantiated claim that he ever claimed to have applied to West Point or have been admitted. He never said he was admitted or even applied. This is what we've come to expect from Politico. Dirty politics. Let's see, we can go through every Republican candidate, but Hillary lies and she gets away with it.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer is a must-have for all busy parents. With just one scan to the forehead, Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer takes your child's temperature quickly and accurately. Available at Walgreens.
The holidays are just around the corner, and you want your home to feel warm and inviting so that you can create a memorable experience. Before you start decorating for the season, call Executive Green Carpet Cleaning at 708-599-5151. There's still time to have your carpet, upholstery, tile, and grout cleaned before those special dinner guests guests arrive. Executive Green Carpet Cleaning's process is safe for your entire family. They use their own purified water and a non-toxic solution that leaves no residue, so you can rest assured you'll have a clean carpet when the kids and grandkids exchange their gifts. Want one of the best gifts this holiday season? It's Executive Green's no-risk guarantee. If you are not 100% satisfied, you will not pay for your service. Make your home beautiful for the holidays by scheduling now at 708-599-5151. Ask about their holiday special, 3 rooms for $139. 708-599-5151 or schedule online at executivegreencarpetcleaning.com.
Discover the wonders of Mexico's Pacific Paradise with Apple Vacations. Nestled between the Sierra Madre Mountains and the sparkling Pacific Ocean, Vallarta Nayarit provides the perfect blend of culture, adventure, luxury, and pristine beaches as far as the eye can see. Book your getaway during the Apple Vacation Super Sale and save on holiday and January travel. 7 nights at Barcela Puerto Vallarta start from only $10.49. Or discover a hidden beach in Riviera Nayarit. A full week at Occidental Grand Nuevo Vallarta starts from just $11.79. Both trips include round-trip nonstop air, resort transfers, all meals, drinks, and taxes. Call Traveloni at 312-334-7876 to book your trip today. That's Traveloni, 312-334-7876. Or visit Traveloni.com. Puerto Vallarta and Riviera Nayarit, Mexico. Live it to believe it. Prices per person based on double occupancy for select departures starting January 1st, including Charter Air on Aeromexico or Alaska Airlines from O'Hare, and taxes and fees including September 11 security fees. See AppleVacations.com for baggage charges. Prices subject to availability and change. Restrictions apply. PC 15-111-14095.
537 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. We get the latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. In Oaklawn, 95th Street is closed at Cicero Avenue due to a crash with injuries. Naperville, northbound 59 closed. Ogden to Audrey due to an earlier crash. Southbound, only one lane is open. There are closures on westbound 94 in Berrien County, Michigan due to a couple of reported crashes. Adams Tollway westbound jamming up from the Tri-State to before the Devon Toll Plaza. A crash there has 3 left lanes blocked. The heavy delays already on the inbound Bishop Ford starting at 115th, 26 minutes, 8094 to the Ryan. And the Ryan has a 3-minute delay entering downtown. Traffic is a service of CarStar Auto Body Repair Experts. Rain causes slick roads, so CarStar, Chicago's auto body repair experts, want to remind you to slow down, buckle up, and be safe. If you're in an accident, tell your insurance company you want to go to CarStar, your hometown auto body repair experts with 16 area locations. Find them at carstar.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Cloudy, windy, mild this morning. A bit of rain, high 62, currently 58. Next news at 6. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. On AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Secure Retirement Radio with Raj Shah. Sunday mornings at 7, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, we should be starting with, instead of with the circus music, we should be starting with taps. Let's give a little respect for Bobby Jindal.
Moment of silence.
Louisiana, 2-term Louisiana governor who suspended his campaign yesterday, dropped out of the race, basically.
Why do they suspend the campaign? Why don't they just come out and say, I'm done?
So he can make a heroic comeback. No, it's mostly for FEC reporting requirements. And
FCC?
If
you know me. You know the FCC?
Yes, that.
Sorry, so
right.
He does it for...
The FCC won't let me be. Let me be me, so let me... No, that's the FCC, not the FEC.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So if he wants to jump back in the race, there's an option.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. Okay. So his race over... And boy, it's really just an amazing presidential campaign so far. You have all these successful multiple-term Republican governors that just didn't get anything even approaching traction.
Well, Donald Trump sucked all the oxygen out of the room for Bobby Jindal. Governor Jindal never even made it to the main stage in a debate.
You can call him Bobby.
Well, he's a great guy. I love him. He was here last year for our Freedom Summit event, and we were trying to do a problem of the week because he sued the federal government over Common Core, and he has a 6th grade son as well, so we tried to work out it's called the POW problem of the week, and neither of us could do it. I mean, he's just approachable. He was so nice, but maybe he was too nice to be president. I don't know.
I think he had a bit of an optics problem, and
What, the sweating?
well, I mean, I just just kind of the physical presence on stage. I mean, he had that. He never really recovered. I mean, it's kind of silly to say. I'm embarrassed I have to say this, but I think it turns out to be in part true. He never recovered from his State of the Union response from several years ago, where he gave the response in his dad's suit that didn't fit, and he just looked small. And I
Yeah.
think he looks small on the stage too. And I think he's just kind of, it's the same to some extent. Ted Cruz has this problem, even though he's doing much better. Is a bit of a stylistic issue where he's not the charismatic figure that people are looking for, or the brash talker that people are looking for. He's more measured. But Jim Garrity had a good little blurb in National Review Online. He wrote yesterday, today, Bobby Jindal, the governor who turned around his state from the depths of despair after decades of corruption and the body blow that was Hurricane Katrina, who accumulated a sterling record of conservative reform in school choice, healthcare reform, economic development, crisis management during the Deepwater Horizon leak, and the Obama administration's subsequent temporary ban on offshore drilling, who brought to the field a wide range of experience at the state and federal level and an unparalleled depth of policy knowledge, dropped out of the race. He never even got a chance on the primetime stage. I guess he just wasn't huge enough. But really, Jindal had an enviable record, and as you said, never on the main stage and never really any traction. He started to bubble up a little bit in Iowa, and so maybe his departure gives Cruz a bit of a bump, a small bump in Iowa. But what does that say? Successful conservative reform governors, Rick Perry, Scott Walker, now Bobby Jindal, and just got cleaned out.
That's everyone wants change. They want an outsider. They want somebody who's going to be a reformer, something different. That's why Bobby Jindal's out.
Be careful what you wish for. But take your calls on Trump and Jindal. We're turning to Trump now. 312-642-5600, the turnkey.pro answer line. This is very interesting, this piece by Bill Galston in the Wall Street Journal. Where is Trump's support coming from? It's not surprising, but it's always interesting to quantify it. 39% of white working class backs Trump among Republicans and Republican-leaning independents. That's twice his share of white college-educated voters. 55% of Trump's supporters are white working class, compared with 35% for the rest of the field. And the demographic group most likely to back Trump is composed of men aged 50 to 64 with no more, I should say, than a high school education. So this is the blue-collar comedy tour of politics to some extent. And I don't mean that to be flippant about with respect to those people who are supporting Trump. But, what does that say? I think it goes back to something Peggy Noonan wrote last week, which is people reflect, particularly working class people, and middle income level people. We don't live in a class society. We always use class. We use class too much.
So what do you want to call them?
Middle income.
Middle income.
Because your class, you're not relegated to your class. This isn't India. It's not a caste society. But I think they look at the last 15 years, this was Peggy Noonan's comment, and say, okay, well, who's been in charge? Who have I supported? I've supported people that had all of these political attainments, all these political credentials. And on both sides, how has that worked out for me? I see my take-home income in real terms shrinking. I see my economic opportunities dwindling. We talked about the story about the decrease in average life expectancy among this cohort I just described, white men 50 to 64, because of depression, increased incidence of suicide, for goodness sakes. And they look at the people that have the political credentials, even if they were successful in Louisiana or Texas or Wisconsin, and say, well, these are just the political people with credentials, and I want somebody who is speaking in no uncertain terms, kind of in my parlance, and that comes from outside the ruling political elites. And this is why to dismiss Trump and for even movement conservatives to whom I normally affiliate to say this is coming down to Rubio and Cruz, no, I don't think so.
It's coming down to Rubio, Cruz, and Trump?
I think so.
I think Ben Carson's out, but Trump, I can believe it. I mean, one of his delegates works at our station, met with Trump last Monday in Springfield, and said Trump knows his voters, they're low-informed voters, they're single-issue voters who just care about immigration. So they know that. And one of his delegates was trying to tell me, he said
not just that, but yes.
But mostly that's what they're concerned about.
Well, the Make America Great thing, the feeling like they're losing their grip.
Right, because they can't get higher paying jobs because they think illegals are here taking their jobs.
It's not
That's just
that.
what he told me.
It's not just that. It's not just that. It's bigger than that. It's not just, I mean, you have guys that are, for example, let's say they're working in a machine shop for the last 20 years. They're skilled laborers or tradesmen. It's not necessarily illegals coming and take their jobs, although that could be some of what they feel. But that's not the whole thing. It's also a government that I think they feel is allied against their economic interests. And you know what? To a large extent, they're absolutely fracking right. That's the problem. And that's what Trump is tapping into. Here's the other thing. Ann Coulter tweeted some things over the weekend.
And she said some things at our Freedom Summit, too.
Oh, did she? Well, I missed that. But
everything she tweeted, she repeated.
Well, she said some things. She tweeted some things that I saw that were rather incendiary, and I thought, frankly, out of bounds. But one thing she tweeted that is not out of bounds is that what happened in Paris just made Trump the Republican nominee.
Yeah, she said that repeatedly.
Well, a new Reuters Ipsos poll
what?
says she may be onto something. 20% of respondents opted for Donald Trump as their candidate of choice to properly address terrorism. Since the attacks and Trump's remarks, 10% of Republican primary voters dropped their rating of his abilities to be president. 36% rated their confidence in his abilities as higher. So, he's starting to put together a combination of supporters with issues that have risen up the issue matrix of importance, immigration, terrorism, kind of national security issues, in the linkage between the two. This is not somebody who's going to go away anytime soon, especially with his personal resources. David in San Francisco, California.
Yeah, indeed. And by the way, Dan, I guess I talked to you a week or so ago when you were on Beyond the Beltway.
So, great. Thank you.
Sure. I'm not impressed at all. And just to let you know, I'm not a Democrat either. I'm a Green. So I take science as much more important than money. And in fact, since the money system is so phony, have you kept up on the scandal called the LIBOR? LIBOR?
Yes.
Yeah, these guys stole so much money. They claim that we, the people, not only of America, but of the world, owe them $550 trillion, and they want it back. And they stole it fair and square. And so it's the LIBOR scandal.
And this relates to the presidential election. How?
Well, I'm tired of being yelled at by billionaires.
Okay.
And for example, you were talking about Trump. Trump inherited his money, right? But he basically, if you go to New York, he's a slumlord. He's the guy that doesn't fix the toilet. He's the guy that doesn't fix the broken windows. He doesn't fix the stairs. He pockets all of that money, and you live in squalor. And so he's the slumlord of New York. And do I want him to be the slumlord of America? I don't want. He's a bad property manager in New York, so why do I expect the roads and bridges to be fixed if he's the guy that's doing it?
Thanks for the call, Dave. We got to jump. Thanks for the call.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Today, mostly cloudy, windy, and mild. A little morning rain, then a shower again in the afternoon. A high of 62 degrees, but enjoying because winter-like weather is coming. By the end of the week, we're going to have snow and highs in the 30s. Let's see how the roadways are doing with all this rain and some standing water. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. We have blizzard-like delays on the westbound Adams Tollway thanks to a crash. It's really jammed from the Tri-State to before the Devon Toll Plaza. 3 left lanes are blocked there. Naperville northbound 59 remains shut down from Audrey to Ogden due to an earlier crash with injuries. Southbound only 1 lane is open. Oak Lawn 95th Street closed at Cicero with a crash. About Eisenhower, slow Manheim to Harlem, 36 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, up on 31. Down Stevenson, 39 minutes, 3:55 Lakeshore Drive, up on 41. Crash at LaGrange Road on the right side. The Ryan, looking at 21 minutes, 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford, 30 minutes already from 8094 to the merge. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Don't miss the Chicago Bar Association's 92nd annual satirical musical, A Christmas Quarrel, A Tale of Two Parties. A cast of talented lawyers parodies current news and pop culture from Hillary to Trump, all to the music of your favorite show tunes and pop hits. This show is for everyone. You'll laugh out loud at this toe-tapping, finger-snapping, hand-clapping good time. A Christmas Quarrel runs at DePaul's Merle Reskin Theater. Evenings Wednesday, December 2nd through Saturday the 5th, and a matinee Sunday the 7th. For times and tickets, visit barshow.org. Treat your company, your clients, or go with your friends for a hilarious night out. Order your Bar Show tickets today. Call 312-554-2134 or order online at barshow.org. That's barshow.org. Tickets also available at the Reskin Theater box office. A funny Trump joke was supposed to go here, but it was removed by the censors for obvious reasons.
When you can't give your child a warm winter coat, it hurts a lot.
There's a crying need in Chicago this winter, and it's so easy to help.
I mean, when you can't send your kids to school in something warm, it eats at you.
It's naive to believe every mother can just go to the store when their children need a new coat. This Christmas, others need our help.
The first cold day, it sneaks up on you.
From now until December 15th, your neighborhood Merlin 200,000-mile shops are pleading with you to donate to their Snug Hugs clothing drive. Donate coats, hats, scarves, mittens to any Merlin shop, and your donation will warm the hearts of the families served by Children's Home and Aid.
I just want to provide for my kids, that's all.
Please put one more gift on your Christmas list and bring it to any Merlin 200,000-mile shop. Make a warm difference this Christmas. Merlin, more warmth to everyone this Christmas.
America has a serious narcotics problem. 90% of the world's narcotics are taken by Americans. They have a place, but when you're dealing with chronic pain, pain that doesn't go away or which frequently returns, there is a better way. You're masking the pain. We help you find and deal with the source of the chronic pain to get real relief. This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in pain. Our team are national leaders and we're educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. Contact us, we will help you. You don't have to live with chronic pain. We treat all pain. We don't mask it with painkillers and narcotics that are not good for you and which can be addictive. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
AM 560, The Answer.
Talking about Trump and Jindal in the president's race. Text from 708. Did you just call Trump supporters stupid people? How condescending of you. Please clear the gunk out of your ears, certain Trump supporters. I said precisely the opposite. Good grief. Trump, perceived to be the Republican candidate best able to handle terrorism, Amy.
Yeah, and apparently yesterday at this time we were talking about a Spirit Airlines flight from Boston to Chicago. It was a almost full flight, and right when they were taking off, a woman and her daughter ran back to the bathroom. Everybody was scared. They thought it was a terrorist attack.
Like, I literally thought that the plane was, like, gonna blow up. It was, like, the scariest moment of my life.
People were panic-stricken.
The pilot told everyone a couple minutes before we got to the gate that law enforcement was going to be coming onto the plane and gave everyone a directive to just stay seated and not to move.
Yeah, don't move. You know why? You know what it turned out to be? There was a man of Middle Eastern descent, and who was reading about ISIS on his iPhone. And just that got a mother so panic-stricken that she grabbed her daughter, ran to the back of the plane. So that's why they had to, everybody deplaned. Bomb-sniffing dogs came on. Everyone's luggage was checked. No one was arrested. The 4 people who were detained were released, and they offered them apology, and they got on with their flight.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
It's sad but true. 1960s radicals are now your children's school teachers. Worried? Send your child to Young America's Foundation's high school conference at the Reagan Ranch. Here, your child will meet top conservative leaders and students and enjoy a life-changing tour of President Ronald Reagan's ranch. Young America's Foundation is the leading organization teaching young people about your values. Reaching young people was so important to Ronald Reagan.
We've got to do a better job of getting across that America is freedom. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of enterprise, and freedom is special and rare. And children, if your parents haven't been teaching you what it means to be an American, let them know and nail them on it.
So what are you waiting for? Send your son or daughter to Young America's Foundation's high school conference at the Reagan Ranch. To learn more, please visit ReaganRanchConference.org. A young person in your life will thank you. Again, that's ReaganRanchConference.org. But you must act now. Seats go fast.
If you want to own a brownstone, you gotta call Townstone at 312-896-2111. After all, we've been Chicagoland's premier home mortgage lender since 2002. Hi, I'm Barry Sterner, owner of Townstone Financial. My first boss told me that in order to succeed in business, you have to exceed your customers' expectations every time they do business with you. And that's exactly what we've been doing for the last 13 years at Townstone Financial. We start by always quoting great interest rates, low or no closing costs. Then we sprinkle in a little of the Townstone magic, which is actually to make the process of purchasing a new home, refinancing an existing mortgage, or obtaining a reverse mortgage as stress-free as possible. That's right, Townstone makes the mortgage process easy. I'm the owner, and I guarantee it. So when you're ready to purchase a new home, refinance an existing mortgage, or obtain a reverse, please give me a call at 312-896-2111. That's 312-896-2111, or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financial is an Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, Illinois mortgage licensee 6629 and NMLS 136639.
I know you've heard the IRS has the right to freeze your assets, garnish your wages. Good news is they can also give you a way out called the Fresh Start Initiative, a tax debt compromise program designed to save you serious money. Optima is the nation's leading tax resolution firm. Over 300 professionals to help ensure you pay the minimum, not a penny more. Thousands call every month. You can call right now. Optima. That's Latin for cut me some slack.
Call 800-936-9033. 800-936-9033.
Optima Tax Relief.
Kevin! See the holiday favorite and beloved comedy classic film Home Alone with the Chicago Symphony Orchestra performing the score live December 11th through the 13th at the Symphony Center. Don't miss this hilarious and heartwarming holiday fun for the entire family. For tickets and information, visit cso.org/holidays. That's cso.org/holidays.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Remember how Charlie Sheehan said that he told all of his exes that he was HIV positive?
Mm-hmm.
Not exactly. It's 606.
And then later, Ronner, should he be shamed into accepting Syrian refugees? We'll explain. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, Rod Blagojevich wants an appeal to the Supreme Court. A person questioned in a young boy shooting faces an unrelated charge. State Senator Napoleon Harris says he wants to be a U.S. Senator. Joe Madden named your National League Manager of the Year. A cloudy, windy, and mild day ahead. WIND Chicago News Time is 6 o'clock.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Dave Anthony. Gunfire in a Paris suburb rings out before dawn. And there were explosions, too, as French police raid an apartment 5 days after the deadly terror attacks.
7 people were apprehended.
2 personnes sont décédées. France's foreign minister also says 2 died. Fox's Simon Owens live in Paris.
Dave, as police closed in, a female suicide bomber blowing herself up, according to officials. This in an apartment in the northern suburb of Saint-Denis. It's thought one of the suspects was killed. It seems police had information suggesting the suspected chief architect of Friday's attacks was in the apartment. Paris prosecutors saying they're working to identify the people they found. Locals report hearing multiple explosions and hundreds of gunshots as police moved in. But after 7 hours, authorities saying the raid is now over. Dave?
Simon, one of the Paris attackers may have been a migrant from Syria, and that has Republicans worried about the program to let refugees come to America. Fox's Jared Halpern live in Washington.
The House is expected to vote tomorrow on a bill that would prevent refugees from Syria or Iraq entering the U.S. Until Congress gets certification from the FBI director and intelligence chief, each refugee poses no threat.
This is a moment where it's better to be safe than to be...
House Speaker Paul Ryan saying it's about national security, not politics. President Obama says it's contrary to who we are.
First, they were worried about the press being too tough on them during debates. Now they're worried about 3-year-old orphans.
Administration officials say more than half of the refugees already in the U.S. are children, Dave.
Jared, anonymous bomb threats forced 2 Air France flights from the U.S. to Paris to be diverted. In both cases, nothing was found. The flight from L.A. was able to take off again from Salt Lake City. Passengers on the plane that landed in Halifax spent the night in Canadian hotels. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Rain showers, 57 degrees. Winds are out of the south right now at 19. 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Former Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich wants the U.S. Supreme Court to hear his corruption case appeal. A petition was filed yesterday to the nation's highest court. Blagojevich is currently serving a 14-year prison sentence. The recent terror attacks in Paris kept Chicago on edge yesterday. 2 incidents happening, one at O'Hare when an unattended suitcase in the lower level of Terminal 3 brought out the bomb squad. It turned out to be nothing. Earlier Tuesday, a Spirit Airlines flight destined for Chicago was stopped before takeoff. It was also a false alarm. A person who was questioned by authorities about the shooting death of a 9-year-old Chicago boy is behind bars on an unrelated charge. Last night, Chicago police say the 27-year-old felon was arrested for carrying 2 weapons. The weapons are being checked through a police database to see if they're connected to crimes. State Senator Napoleon Harris entering the race for U.S. Senate. The former NFL player will try and unseat incumbent Republican Mark Kirk, but first running in a Democrat primary against Congresswoman Tammy Duckworth and former Urban League President Andrea Zopp. Chicago Congressman Luis Gutierrez blasting Governor Bruce Rauner and all governors in the U.S. who say they'll try and ban Syrian refugees. The Democrat congressman says barring Syrian refugees from the United States will be a victory for ISIS.
This is despicable and cowardly and precisely the kind of reaction ISIS wanted. ISIS could not have written a better script. The free people of the world are turning their backs on people seeking safety and freedom.
On the floor of the U.S. House, the Chicago Democrat also claimed Rauner and others may be overstepping their authority with executive orders. Chicago sports, college baskets last night. Penn State beat DePaul, Western Illinois over UIC, and at the United Center, Kentucky and Michigan State, both highly ranked, captured big wins in the State Farm Champions Classic. And how about this score from last night here in the state of Illinois? The 24th ranked team in Division III, Illinois Wesleyan, beat Greenville 150-117. It's a school team record for points in a game and points by 2 teams in this state so far. The news, a service of Crystal Farms for delicious cheese, satisfying from snack time to mealtime. Choose Crystal Farms of Lake Mills, Wisconsin. Savory slices, shreds, blocks, and snacks. Crystal Farms, made by cheese lovers for cheese lovers. 6:04, time to check the climate of your business with Air Comfort. And a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
My wife, Helene, she knows me better than anybody on this planet. Ask her anything.
The Joe Walsh Show.
I just have one quick question. Is he always angry?
No. You know what? When we're at home, we're actually very quiet. He's not angry. I'm the one he has to calm me down half the time.
You're killing the image, Helene.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Don't listen to a damn word she says. I'm always pissed off.
Do you have a retirement account? Is it likely to go up 60% or down 60%? Wake up. Low interest rates support the market, and it won't last forever. It's time to hedge with solid gold. You will regret not doing so in the next market crash. Do it right. Don't pay a setup and storage fee. Discover how. Call Goldworth. Request the IRA guide free. Call 800-257-GOLD. 800-257-GOLD. Visit goldworth.com.
I know you've heard the IRS has the right to freeze your assets, garnish your wages. Good news is they can also give you a way out called the Fresh Start Initiative, a tax debt compromise program designed to save you serious money. Optima is the nation's leading tax resolution firm. Over 300 professionals to help ensure you pay the minimum, not a penny more. Thousands call every month. You can call right now. Optima. That's Latin for cut me some slack.
Call 800-467-2766. 800-467-2766.
Optima Tax Relief.
.606 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. And here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. In Naperville, northbound 59 remains shut down from Audrey to Ogden due to a crash. Only one lane is open southbound. Oaklawn 95th Street closed at Cicero due to an earlier crash with injuries. Adams Tollway westbound. We'll see some delays actually starting on the outbound Kennedy at Sayre. It's slow from that point to before the Devon toll after an earlier crash. The delay is starting to break up, though. Eastbound, it's slow from the Des Plaines Oasis to past Lee Street. The inbound Kennedy runs 22 minutes, so O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 25. Heavy actually starting around Austin. Eden still good. Inbound Eisenhower. Delay start at Manheim. It's 40 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 31. Stevenson 43 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 36. Ryan 21 minutes. 95th to downtown. I-57 21 minutes. I-80 to the merge. Bishop Ford 30. Traffic service of Flu Block. You know you have a choice in flu vaccine? This season, ask for Flu Block, the only pure choice. Now available at Target and local retailers like Mariano's Pharmacies. For more information, go to askforflublock.com or talk to your healthcare professional. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here is meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, mostly cloudy with a little rain for the morning. Winds gusting past 45 miles per hour. Then we'll have a shower in spots for the afternoon. High of 62. Partly cloudy tonight, low 37. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560. The Answer.
58. Rain showers and gusty winds. Your next news update is at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by MJ Miller & Company Jewelers of Barrington. Make your holidays sparkle and shine with items from the new MJ Miller Holiday Catalog.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
This is a moment where it's better to be safe than to be sorry. So we think the prudent, the responsible things take a pause in this particular aspect of this refugee program in order to verify that terrorists are not trying to infiltrate the refugee population.
I just think people shouldn't be hysterical here. The United States of America shouldn't turn away a mother and a child who have been driven out of their homes and perhaps had another child killed in the process and made their way over land or sea to seek refuge.
Congress may want to hide from this, but Congress can't hide. ISIL's not going away. And I think it is time, and you see a growing willingness and understanding in Congress that we've got to be more engaged.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Wow, winning.
Thinning. I still love that from yesterday. Thank you, Ralph and Rantoul. Boy.
Yeah.
Charlie Sheen said yesterday in his interview with Matt Lauer that he has told every one of his sexual partners that he was HIV positive. Yes, I have. No exceptions. And then Brie Olson, who was one of...
Well, she was one of the goddesses. Dan.
Right, precisely. One of Sheen's two live-in girlfriends, along with Natalie Kenley. Brie Olson went on the Howard Stern show yesterday and said she found out that he was HIV positive 3 days ago, along with everyone else, when her phone started ringing.
Yeah, and she was shaking. She was angry. She's been crying, and here's Brie Olson.
3 days ago, I started getting calls. It was during when everything happened in Paris. Fox and a whole bunch of other people started, getting at me in emails, and they're like, "What do you know about this?" And even I wanted to blow it off. I'm like, "Oh, this is just another Charlie thing. I don't want to believe this."
But then she watched the Today Show and she heard the big announcement.
I'm here to admit that I am in fact HIV positive. And I have to put a stop to this onslaught, this barrage of attacks and of sub-truths.
I mean, he is.
What were the attacks and the sub-truths?
Well, he has been extorted for 4 years now to the tune of $10 million to try and keep this quiet.
That's not a sub-truth.
No. Yeah, you're right. There you go.
That's the truth.
That's the
that
truth.
He didn't want out there, and so he paid money. I know he a few people. He couldn't remember the number. That's how many people. There was one story suggested a prostitute, one of his many prostitutes. He was infamous for that. It's part of his Caligulan lifestyle that we're now supposed to be sympathetic about.
Yeah. Anybody sympathetic to Charlie Sheen? 312-642-5600.
Well, so one of his working women,
lady friends.
Yeah, this in terms of how he was extorted. She apparently didn't really like him as much as he thought, or didn't like him as much as money, because she took a picture of his HIV medication and threatened to sell it to the tabloids if he didn't pay her, and he chose to pay her. Now, it's interesting. One of the other things we didn't find out during that interview with Matt Lauer, because of course Matt Lauer didn't ask it, is how did you contract HIV? He kind of asked it.
He did ask.
Well, but here's the follow up is where he didn't go. He asked it. She said no, he doesn't really know. Well, was it intravenous drug use? Was it were you with people of the same sex? I mean, because we know Arthur Ashe, for example, contracted through a blood transfusion.
Right.
We know that. Ryan White through a blood transfusion. Mm-hmm. Some of the tragic victims of this virus back in the 80s.
Well, regardless of how he got it because it was reckless behavior.
Well, yeah, but
and he was playing Russian roulette with people's lives, because we learned yesterday that 2 girls he had unprotected sex with after lying to Matt Lauer, saying, "Oh, no, I couldn't have infected anybody."
Have you knowingly, or even perhaps unknowingly, transmitted the HIV virus to someone else since your diagnosis?
Impossible.
Well,
and that was a lie too.
Impossible. What do you mean it's impossible? It's not even a lie. That's just this statement that it's a different kind of statement. Why is it impossible? And no, I think it is important how he transmitted the HIV. I think it is.
But
important.
He won't man up and say it.
Well, correct. Yeah.
And that's the problem. If you're going to come out and try to hail yourself as a hero, and you're going to find a cure for HIV, and you're going to be the champion and the advocate behind this, then you need to tell us how you got it.
Well, it turns out he's the half of a man and 2.5 men.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you very much.
Well, here he is, championing for the cause.
I'm gonna ride this wave of support, and if there was one guy on this planet to contract this, that's gonna deliver a cure, it's me.
Yeah, I think
it's me. I mean, seriously.
Oh my God! If anybody
seriously,
deserved
it's
it,
not.
And I don't. I mean, that sounds awful for
no
saying
one
this,
deserves it. No one deserves it. But here's the thing. Was there any instance where he expressed remorse over his Caligulan lifestyle during the entire?
And any remorse too for not telling Bree?
Yeah. Well, that's another one.
For a year, and you shared the same bed with for a year. Did you ever bother or think maybe her life might be in jeopardy?
He never said anything to me. I was his girlfriend. I lived with him. Right. We were together. We had sex almost every day for a year.
Oh, boy.
Unprotected sex? With lambskin condoms, which is not not productive. Yeah.
No.
Only pregnancy.
Okay. Boy.
Well, that's
the doctor's roundtable on the Howard Stern show. Oh,
Well,
boy. This just gets dumber and dumber the more you get into the story. By the way, Brie
Well, no, not dumber. She was bamboozled. That was he committed a fraud on her.
I agree with that, but did Brie Olson exercise good judgment? One of his 2 live-in girlfriends.
They're goddesses, Dan.
We had where, by the way, he met her right at a treatment facility. Was this a good life choice that she was making? Did she see what Charlie Sheen was doing all around her? I mean, can we at some point when we talk about adults, if you perpetrate a fraud on yourself with this Babe in the Woods routine, do you bear some culpability? Not to contracting the virus, of course. I'm not talking about that. But this everybody's a victim. Everybody made conscious choices, and they made conscious choices that were destructive in the face of overwhelming evidence that those choices were going to be destructive.
The only good news is that Brie does not have HIV.
I am negative. I am negative for HIV. It's on the plastic piece. It's on the piece of paper.
I believe you.
And of course, I read the results on the air, but she had gone, right after she saw the Today Show interview, she went straight to a clinic where they test people for HIV for free, and it takes 20 minutes. And the woman when she went in to take the test, the woman had on her computer the Charlie Sheen story. And knew that she was Brie and said, okay, let's go back and we'll take the test. But, I mean, shame on him. He's just a despicable, disgusting human being. And I don't want him to be the face of HIV.
I don't think he's going to be. Magic Johnson tweeted out something, kind of the typical Magic pro forma, a vacuous statement, thoughts are with Charlie. And
I support him for coming forward.
Yeah, coming forward reluctantly
as
the last option.
4 years. It took 4 years for him to come forward.
And now he, in addition to hiding behind this false sense of victimhood, he's also hiding behind his children with respect to the $10 million he says he paid out in extortion money. Oh, that's money for my children.
Oh, yeah.
Were you thinking about your 5 children over the last 25 years as you engaged in the conduct that you did, as you were spending their inheritance that you're concerned about with respect to paying extortion money on prostitutes and drugs and who knows what else? Boy, I'll tell you, not a very sympathetic figure, but I suspect he's going to be treated that way by a media that loved the story, especially when it all broke bad on his show.
Everybody was chopping at the bit to get to him and his goddesses, and GMA was fighting the Today Show to get there first. And I mean, I'm not saying he deserves this. I'm just saying that he brought it upon himself. And don't act like a victim because you victimized yourself.
You don't get it. You don't get HIV by going to church on Sundays, right?
Don't look at me.
I mean, yeah. Boy, oh boy, Tom and Schaumburg.
I don't understand how Charlie Sheen could have HIV at all. According to him, he's got the blood of a tiger, so he must have FIV.
Hi-oh. Mike, it's a 2-drink minimum, the show today.
Yeah.
Mike in Blue Island. Hey, Mike. Mike, you're on. Go ahead.
Mike,
did you fall into the CalSeg channel? Sorry, Mike.
Did you fall into
the
CalSeg
somebody
channel?
Scramble. I think Mike may be in need of assistance.
Oi. They.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Campus update coming up next, but first, here's your forecast today. Mostly cloudy, windy, mild. Enjoy this, even though there's going to be rain on and off throughout the day, but it will be warm, 62 degrees for a high. Then tomorrow, partly sunny, wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour, cooler, a high of 47. And then after that, guys, we drop into the 30s for a high and anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of snow over the weekend. Let's get hopefully some better news on the roadways. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Well, Amy, looks like a slow slog this morning. There are a couple of major closures still in effect due to early morning crashes with injuries. Naperville northbound 59 is closed from Audrey to Ogden. Southbound only one lane is open. Oaklawn 95th Street still shut down at Cicero due to an earlier crash with injuries. Bishop Ford Freeway Inbound delays start before 130th. It's 33 minutes from 8094 to the Rhine. I-57, 28 minutes. I-80 to the Verge. And the Rhine is 21 minutes, 95th to downtown. Eden's 21 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 19. The Kennedy, 25 minutes. O'Hare to the Loop. Outbound 27. The Eisenhower now 45 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 36. Stevenson jammed Harlem to Damon with a crash in the right lane. It's now an hour from 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Eastbound Adams Tollway slow from the Des Plaines Oasis to Lee. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
You've heard me talking about the new website, upstream-ideas.com. If you haven't checked it out yet, you're missing thoughtful, expository content you won't find anywhere else from those who've operated it in the political and policy arenas. Each week, you can watch the latest episode of Against the Current. That's our long-form interview series with policymakers and opinion leaders. This week, a discussion with Charles Lipson, political science professor at the University of Chicago, about political correctness and the repression of expression on campuses. You can also watch Illinois by the Numbers, our video series that breaks down Illinois one number at a time to explain what the policy challenges are, why we have them, and what we can do about them. This week, you can check out the number 97 and why that's important. And you can visit the site for highlights from each Sunday's Illinois Rising program, which tackles state and local politics and policy with deep thinkers from the Illinois Policy Institute and Illinois Opportunity Project. At Upstream Ideas, questions are asked that don't get asked anywhere else. Points of view are heard that aren't heard anywhere else. No sacred cows, no punches pulled. It's all at upstream-ideas.com.
What if you could get the very best food from all around the country with the guaranteed lowest prices? Oh, and what if it's all shipped directly to your door absolutely free? Well, rejoice, food lovers, DirectEats.com is here. Direct Eats gives every consumer the freedom to find the best food at the best prices based on their diet, taste, or needs. That's because at DirectEats.com, the whole country is your supermarket. There's no membership fee, so give it a try. Just go to DirectEats.com and place your order today. DirectEats.com is the largest online natural and organic superstore. From locally made barbecue sauces to an array of nut-free, paleo, gluten-free, or anything and everything in between. The options go on and on. At Direct Eats, they have over 20,000 food products at the guaranteed lowest prices, and they ship them absolutely free to your door. There's no membership fee, so why not get started on your next food adventure? Stop by DirectEats.com today. That's DirectEats.com.
Hi, my name is Tom Marabali, and I'm an independent representative and your consumer advocate with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. I am here to guide you through all of the complex and confusing issues that are in the Affordable Care Act. The open enrollment period for clients under the age of 65 starts on November 1st and ends January 31st, 2016. And the open enrollment for clients age 65 and older starts on October 15th and ends December 7th, 2015. So no matter what your age or the status of your current health is, I can obtain you a major medical, Medicare Advantage, prescription drug plan, or a standard Medicare supplement plan for anyone in the 6-county area. So if you should miss this year's open enrollment, I can also obtain a major medical for you at any time during the calendar year. I also have special enrollment provisions for people who have recently moved, recently divorced, or added a child. So for a free consultation, call me at 630-863-3477, 630-863-3477. I'm available 7 days a week for your convenience.
AM 560, The Answer.
Rico. Oh my gosh, we are so mean.
Suave. Remember, artist?
never-
Remember the artist?
Rico Suave?
No, it's a song. The artist, Gerardo.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I'm sure Rico
I
from
had-
Addison has never heard this before.
I had a Gerardo period where I didn't wear a shirt.
God, I'm
showed
sure
off
you
my
did.
washboard abs.
Yeah.
And by the way, I'm offended. I was going to go with a Rico Tubbs impersonation from Miami Vice.
Oh.
Rico and Addison, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, Dan and Amy, I just wanted to tell you guys, I'm really disappointed in you guys. You're pretty indignant with piling on with Charlie Sheen. I mean, the guy, he's a victim too. And how is he a victim? Because somebody gave it to him. He wasn't born with that, And as far as any of these girls, I mean, they were like porn stars. I mean, they have sex with multiple partners. You know what I mean? So I mean,
they're all victims. Is that what you mean? And they're above ridicule. They're above. Nobody's above ridicule. First of all, just to set a baseline. And they're all victims here. Come on, Rico.
Dan, it's pretty funny. We'll see how funny it is if you get it or somebody in your family gets it.
Oh, give me a break.
Goodbye.
Give me a break,
Wow,
Rico.
winning.
Rico, this is like a microaggression. Yeah, again. you have to do something in order to contract the virus, don't you?
Right. You have to have reckless behavior, multiple partners, and doing things that aren't normal with your body. Putting parts in
Boom.
places that they're not supposed to go.
Oh, why?
Hey,
Oh, boy.
hey, too soon?
Okay,
You're not old enough yet for this conversation?
No, I am not. I don't even know what you're speaking of. So, you're going to have people like Rico that rally around and say, oh, gosh, I mean.
We should support him.
That nobody wishes any disease on anybody else. But do we wish people acted responsibly and then address the consequences of their actions? But no, I guess not in today's day and age.
If he lost $10 million, I would have come forward 4 years ago because that's a lot of cash, and that's a long time to be extorted. Idiot.
Speaking of idiots, perfect segue.
Oh, yes. What do you have?
Our cry bullies on campus.
Do I have to get out my list?
Yeah, today's schools. Well, one is already on the list. That's Dartmouth.
Oh, yeah.
And then we also have Brown.
Oh, that's not on my list.
Yeah. Brown's a couple of Ivy League schools. Isn't this exciting? So remember, reported here that about 150 students paraded last week, Thursday, through the library at Dartmouth, chanting Black Lives Matter and harassing students in the library who were just sitting there and studying. One girl claimed she was pinned up against a wall as protesters called her a filthy white biatch. Chants of F your white privilege, you filthy white piece of
Oh, my God.
S.
And that was at Dartmouth?
This is at Dartmouth,
At
yeah.
the library. I saw that video. It made me sick.
Yeah, and
It's
just in case you think, well, there's the other side of the story, but maybe this is all being made up. Nope, no. Cyan Ibarra, a junior and the VP of Dartmouth's NAACP branch, denied that any protests were violent, but said there was profanity and harassment, and that was part of the plan. Ibarra told Dartmouth Review, the allegations of physical assault are lies to make white students look like the victims and students of color to look like the perpetrators. This is after she just conceded that harassment was part of the plan. But okay. The protest was meant to shut down the library. Whatever discomfort that many white students felt in that library is a fraction of the discomfort that many natives, blacks, Latina, and LGBTQ, MNSR2 people feel frequently. Mm-hmm.
So their political statements were trying to shut down the education process.
Well,
they were trying to shut down the library.
No, they just want to make a scene. They want to have a public temper tantrum and everybody to take notice and run and coddle them
and harass people.
Yeah, and then the vice president of student affairs there at the Big Green, Dartmouth, the vice provost for student affairs. Excuse me, I want to get the title right here. These deep thinkers at college campuses. Inga Lisa Amir apologized for what happened at the library.
Yeah.
Apologized to the protesters.
But didn't apologize to the students that were being harassed.
No.
And scared.
No. Apologized to the protesters for the hostile coverage their protests received. Amir saying there's a whole conservative world out there that's not being very nice. Miss Amir, Vice Provost Amir, you're damn right, and I'm proud to be a part of that conservative world.
Shut up. This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
The door opens at Midlothian Music. And just like that, you're a customer for life. With their huge inventory of hundreds of guitars, drum kits, and string instruments, they've got you covered. Midlothian Music, the largest American-made selection of handcrafted, name-brand instruments, lessons for every level of musician, and free lifetime in-house repair and service. Midlothian Music. After 54 years of success, they live and breathe music. Whether a beginner or a pro, Midlothian Music has the right equipment at the right price to make you a true rock star in your band or in your band. Talk to the pros in person 7 days a week. Midlothian Music, 708-403-3733 or visit midlothianmusic.com. That's midlothianmusic.com.
You know, less than a month ago, my mom had open heart surgery in St. Louis, and she forgot to bring with her a pillow. Yes, the pillow, my pillow.
My pain was all really zeroed in on my upper back, and hospital pills are terrible. So when you sent me one, it just made all the difference in the world. I love that thing. I'm never going anywhere without it, I'll tell you that.
So we sent her a pillow, and it made all the difference. She was finally able to sleep and get some rest. Why my pillow is so great? Well, besides the fact that it's American-made, it keeps its shape and gives you support where you need it most. It's washable. It helps if you have neck pain, back pain, chest pain, insomnia, snoring, allergies. Try it out, and there's a 60-day money-back guarantee. So basically, you can try my pillow, risk-free. You have nothing to lose and could be enjoying your best sleep ever. What are you waiting for? This offer won't last forever. The MyPillow buy one, get one free offer. Here's how you do it. You go to MyPillow.com, type Amy in the promo code, 2 pillows for the price of one, or you could call the 800 number, 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201.
AM 560, The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's
Love that
Morning
show.
Answer.
I love that show. Coming up, shame on Bruce Rauner. That's what Crane Chicago Business opined. We'll discuss at 6:36.
And where do you sign up? There's a sex strike going on in Chicago. We'll explain. But first, let's go into the newsroom and say good morning to Mike Scott.
Let me take my white blazer off here a minute. Thank you. Rain, 57 degrees outside, gusty winds. We've been tracking, along with Dan and Amy this morning, all the action in Paris, where police have wrapped up a 7-hour operation that targeted the alleged mastermind of last week's terror attack that killed 129. Police now say 2 were killed in today's operation, including a female suicide bomber. Former Secret Service agent Dan Bogino details how police in France went on the offensive this morning.
You know, what's going on right now is really a reverse engineering of the operation. They're breaking down financial contacts the attackers may have had, social contacts, cell phone networks, and they're just going to dig up and overturn every clue they have.
The Paris prosecutor's office says 3 others were arrested inside an apartment in the northern suburb of Saint-Denis. Several police were injured. A police dog was also killed, but the fate of the attack mastermind, Abdelhamed Abdaoud, is unclear. Turkey's state-run news agency says authorities are holding 8 at Istanbul's main airport who they suspect could be ISIS militants planning to make their way to Germany, posing as refugees. Police have cleared one of 2 Air France flights bound for Paris to the U.S., which had to be diverted Tuesday night because of anonymous threats. A number of Republican lawmakers are looking to press the pause button on the flow of Syrian refugees into the United States. Iowa Senator Joni Ernst is among them.
I would hope that our president would share these sentiments, that Americans come first. We are a welcoming nation, but when we put our own lives at risk and on our homeland, that's where we differ.
Other stories we're following this morning. Former Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich wants the U.S. Supreme Court to hear his corruption case appeal. A petition was filed yesterday. The widow of former Fox Lake police officer Joseph Glinowitz wants access to her accounts. Lawyers for Melody Glinowitz say they have filed a request to lift a restraining order that has frozen her personal checking and savings accounts. And a substitute grade school teacher in Chicago faces criticism for teaching her Southside students about local rapper Chief Keef. Several parents of 6th graders at Fiske Elementary School felt a given assignment was inappropriate. It included a quiz with questions such as, when did the performer drop out of the Chicago public schools? The teacher who was instructing a music class was let go yesterday. Chief Keef has been in and out of trouble for years. Chicago sports. Last night, Penn State beat DePaul in college hoops. Western Illinois over UIC. Cubs skipper Joe Madden, your National League Manager of the Year. The news, a service of Amtrak. Extra legroom and frame-worthy views come standard with every ticket. Leave the car and traffic behind and let Amtrak take you there for the holidays. Enjoy large, comfortable seating, the best saver fares to over 500 destinations. Book early at Amtrak.com. See where the train can take you. Restrictions apply. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
At this time of fear and uncertainty across the world, Americans are turning to their president for leadership and assurance. What? He said what?
What I'm not interested in doing is posing or pursuing some notion of American leadership or America winning or whatever other slogans they come up with.
Wow. Okay, so keep listening to find out what President Obama says next. Right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
Hey, if your company manufactures or markets pharmaceuticals, biologics, medical devices, or APIs, you know the challenges of systems integration, FDA compliance, and staffing. To gain access to Chicagoland's top life sciences engineering, quality assurance, project management, regulatory, software, and validation professionals, you need the experts at Automated Systems, Inc. All of ASI's resources are degreed professionals with decades of industry experience in manufacturing, automation, and FDA compliance. ASI is retained by all of Chicagoland's Fortune 500 life science companies to successful startups. For over a quarter of a century, ASI has excelled through a culture of execution and client success. For information about staffing or a no-obligation compliance or automation evaluation, call Laz at Automated Systems toll-free at 844-HIRE-ASI or visit AutomatedSYS.com. That's 844-HIRE-ASI.
I love the product, and I highly recommend it to anybody.
Boy, oh boy, I feel terrific. Nothing compares with this. It's a great product. I love it. I haven't been sick since I've used it. A little bit more than a year, or just about a year now. Never the case before.
I have noticed a remarkable difference.
I don't want to stop using it. It has really kicked into my system. I just believe in it. That's all I can say.
I feel more sustained. It's good. I'm not fatiguing as much.
Really making a difference in my life.
The quality of my sleep has improved exponentially.
They're just awesome.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
6:37. Let's get an update on the roads at our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Crashes have caused the following closures in Elgin of eastbound 20 at Randall, in Naperville, northbound 59 before Ogden, and 95th Street in Oak Lawn at Cicero. Edens is 27 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 20 to Kennedy. 30 minutes O'Hare to downtown, outbound 36. The inbound Ike, 50 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, outbound 43. The Stevenson, just a mess from First Avenue to Damon with a crash now on the right shoulder. But it's an hour and 18 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 37 minutes. The Ryan, 21 minutes. 95th to downtown. I-57, 28 minutes. I-80 to the Merge. Bishop Ford, 36. Traffic is a service of WesternUnion.com's mobile app. You might be stuck in traffic, but your money shouldn't be. Send money around the world 24/7 with the Western Union mobile app. Download the app and send your money fast. Next time you need to send money quickly, get out of a jam and tap the Western Union app. It's money. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Cloudy, windy, mild, morning rain and showers. Then high of 62 around noontime. Temperatures dropping in the afternoon. Will hit a low of 37 overnight. 60 at O'Hare, 61 along the lakefront. Next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Tasty Catering. Tasty Catering helps you host successful holiday parties in all shapes and sizes. It's that simple. Visit tastycatering.com.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues now. And make sure to stay tuned to catch me, Mike Gallagher, coming up at 9, only on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, oh boy. The sophistry and strawman arguments about Syrian refugees abound. And the brilliant business minds over at Cranes are no exception. The editorial yesterday, shame on you, Governor. We expected better of Bruce Rauner. There is no, talking about, of course, him joining 26 other governors and putting a halt on Syrian refugees for the time being. Not forever, not permanent, not never. Kerry, Obama, Gutierrez et al. But until there's some faith in the vetting process so that refugees coming to this country can be properly processed. We expect a better Bruce Rauner. There is no rational basis for Rauner's action, says Cranes. The terrorists responsible for the atrocities were not Syrian refugees. They were European nationals. Again, not exactly your facts right. We know that at least one, if not two, of the terrorists posed as Syrian refugees entering through Greece.
Just 5 weeks before the attack.
Yeah.
They knew exactly what they were doing.
How are thousands of refugees coming into the United States from Afghanistan and Iraq any different from Syrians? We've talked about this. Cranes editorial board, you may want to look at something besides the stock ticker because we know a lot of the people that have come over from those two countries are people that were vetted through their participation in aiding our military men and women who were deployed in those theaters of war. Listen to how far Cranes will go trying to reach for anything in support of their position. This is how silly. Steve Jobs' biological father, after all, was a Syrian immigrant. So what? What the hell does that have to do with anything?
Business.
What are you talking about? Did anyone say all Syrian immigrants are terrorists? Did anyone even say most are?
Yeah, but these governors are saying that they don't want any Syrian refugees.
Putting a halt on it because you don't have faith in the vetting. It is not permanent.
Well, the evangelicals and the Catholics joined forces yesterday calling for the victims of ISIS and the Syrian refugees who are Christian to be allowed in.
Yeah, look, okay, let's stick in Cranes for a second here. But in terms of Catholic Charities, here's Catholic Charities in response to the Syrian refugee that was relocated to Louisiana and then had gone missing. We're at the receiving end, Chad Aguilar, Executive Director of Catholic Charities, says. We receive them, we welcome them into our community, and help them resettle. There's been a lot of commotion and fear with Syrians. The fear is justified, but we have to check that against reality. This is a federal program. It was their responsibility, as Governor Jindal has stated. They should have notified myself or the governor, said Jindal's Homeland Security guy in Louisiana. But yes, they're supporting. They're part of this Office of Resettlement part of the programs that the Office of Resettlement conducts. That's not the same thing as addressing these underlying concerns the governors and so many others are raising. Steve Jobs, look, we have Syrian Christians here and peaceful pluralist Muslims. Nobody is saying that these are specious arguments, people trying to occupy moral high ground that they're not occupying at all. Cranes goes on to say, because we know he's a smart and fairly reasonable person, Rauner, his position is all the more ridiculous because he made the declaration despite the evidence that he doesn't have the legal authority to do so. Oh, really? Hey, Cranes, what's the editorial position on sanctuary cities? I brought this up yesterday. I'll bring it up again. Where's the opining about Tony Preckwinkle and Tiny Dancer not abiding the law? They don't have the legal authority to suspend the application of federal immigration law in Cook County or the city of Chicago. Do they, Cranes editorial board? Where's the op-ed on that? I haven't seen it. Have not seen it. This is the nonsense that you're dealing with. Oh, by the way, one John Kerry, he's the Secretary of State, Cranes, because I know you're not looking at anything except balance sheets. John Kerry's the Secretary of State, and he said of the governors in an interview with Lester Holt, without commenting on the legal authority, that obviously we need the governors to be participants if this program is going to work.
We have, since 9/11, we have allowed 785,000 refugees to come to the United States of America, all vetted, all screened. Out of the 785,000, 12 people were found to perhaps be problematic with respect to potential terror, and they were arrested or deported. So we have a very capable ability, which we now have to probably heighten and increase even more, and it'll probably go slower and cost more money. But the United States of America shouldn't turn away a mother and a child who have been driven out of their homes and perhaps had another child killed in the process and made their way over land or sea to seek refuge.
The U.S. shouldn't, but
the United States shouldn't.
But do these states even have the power to make that declaration?
They have to be part. They have to be a willing part of the process, certainly.
Yeah. Okay. In addition to that, I mean, Lester Holt's a nice guy, but didn't do a very good job with follow-up questions. Two things. One, if the vetting process works so well, then why would we need to heighten it, as you said, Secretary Kerry? Two, has the world changed since 9/11? I mean, I understand that for the most part, we've been able to thwart attacks. The refugees from the refugees that landed in Boston, the Zarnea family, a notable exception.
And then we've thwarted a number of lone wolves who've pledged their allegiance to ISIS, who wanted to conduct attacks, in front of Sluggers, in front of my friend's bar, Cal Liquors. I mean, we've thwarted those. Well, see, thank goodness.
This is the argument. This is one of the arguments to the left that I want to address, because Chris Hayes from MSNBC, he's the Rachel Maddow lookalike. He tweeted yesterday, it would be far, three fars, easier for ISIS to send a European national to the U.S. through JFK than formally apply to come as a refugee. That may be true, and so what? So is the argument that we shouldn't address any threats until we can address all of them? Is that the argument? What kind of logic is that? Steve in Indianapolis, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, good morning. My position is they should not come here, but there is a compromise, and we seem to have an all or nothing discussion going on that it's either we don't bring them in at all or they get turned loose in the population. In 1975, when I was in the Marine Corps in the 1st Marine Division, the last of the Saigon Vietnamese were brought to the United States and encamped in the place everybody knows as Gomer Pyle, where if you remember where Gomer Pyle was filmed, there was a lot of Quonset huts. That area is in San Onofre camp, which is in 1st Marine Division, and we had concertina wire guards, and we had to guard them, and they stayed there for 3 years until they could be properly vetted. What I would recommend is some of the governors, if we can't get Obama off his podium here, and we have to take him, why is it so outrageous that we put him on a base where they're surrounded by wire? We've got many bases that are empty because of BRAC. Put guards around it. And they have chow halls, they have barracks, they have theaters, they have everything they can to make a little village, but they don't leave and nobody visits. And when Syria is back to being a good country that they want it to be, they're returned back home, because that's what they should want to have happen to them. I don't understand that.
Yeah, Steve.
That seems like a sensible plan.
Yeah, excellent. Thanks for the call. Excellent points. Jim in St. Joseph, Michigan.
Good morning. The states probably provide some kind of support to some of these charities, and they provide services for the state.
Yeah.
Why couldn't the governor say, well, if the federal government can bring them in, but if you guys continue to help them out, we'll just reduce your funding or take it away.
Thanks for the call, Jim.
Yep.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
More of your phone calls coming up, 312-642-5600. And later, a unique way to try and cut down on violence in Chicago. But first, here's your forecast. Mostly cloudy, windy, mild today. Morning shower, then again a shower in the afternoon. A high of 62 degrees. But enjoy it because winter weather is on its way tomorrow. It's going to be much cooler, windy, gusts up to 40 miles per hour. A high tomorrow of 47. Let's get the travel times and see if the slick conditions are affecting those travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Well, crashes are causing major problems, Amy and Dan. There are some significant closures, including 95th Street at Cicero Avenue at Oak Lawn, northbound 59 before Ogden and Naperville, Then the inbound Stevenson, just a mess from First Avenue to Damon. A crash has moved to the right shoulder, but it's an hour and 14 minutes from 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 42 minutes. Eden's 33 minutes now. Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 24. To Kennedy, 35 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 43. The Eisenhower, 50 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 43. The Ryan, 21 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, we see delays 115th to 87th. The Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis at 290, then slow Toohey to Dempster with a crash. Adams Tollway stop and go. The Des Plaines Oasis to Lee. Reagan Tollway from the Fox River to 59 and 22nd to 290. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Now it's time for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report, brought to you by the Mutual Fund Store.
I'm Lou Dobbs. The latest report on new home construction, geopolitical fears, Fed minutes, and energy prices, all factors driving the markets today. Those stories next.
Health Markets Insurance Agency is the DBA of Insphere Insurance Solutions Incorporated, licensed in all states. Product availability varies. Agents may be compensated on enrollment. Attention Americans eligible for Medicare. Medicare plans are changing. New plans are now available that could increase your benefits and lower how much you pay. At Health Markets, our free service can help you find the Medicare plan that's right for you without the guesswork. Even if you're currently enrolled in a Medicare plan, you may be paying more than you need to and missing out on important benefits. This year's Medicare plan changes could mean more coverage and lower costs. But enrollment is not automatic. Call Health Markets today and we'll search thousands of Medicare plans from leading insurance companies. Plans that may cost less and cover more, with lower copayments, more choices like dental and vision care, and the freedom to see the doctors you choose. Best of all, our service is free. Don't let the Medicare deadline pass. Call Health Markets and let us find the right Medicare plan for you without cost or obligation. Call 800-971-0385. 800-971-0385. 800-971-0385.
Geopolitical fears could hang over the markets as investors consider the latest corporate developments and economic reports. The retail sector in focus on Wall Street with earnings reports from Lowe's, Staples, and Target. Norfolk Southern sharply higher in extended trading. Canadian Pacific proposing a merger with the American Railroad Company. Investors also considering the latest report on housing starts. We'll see whether the Energy Department's report on crude inventories proves bearish for an already glutted oil market. December crude settling under $41 a barrel yesterday. And Wall Street awaiting minutes from the Fed's October policy meeting. Investors trying to gauge the likelihood that the Fed will begin raising interest rates next month. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight at 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
So, I'm retiring today.
Freedom!
I hate goodbyes, so I've hired singers to follow me around and bid my coworkers farewell.
It's John's last day.
Okay, let's get started. Here's Tom.
Your pranks were amazing, despite what HR says.
Next, Susan.
Your homemade cookies blew his mind and diet.
Finally, Dave.
You never judged him for his popcorn burning.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss you guys.
Ready to give your swan song at work? The Mutual Fund Store can help. We'll sit down with you one-on-one to talk about your goals. Then we'll put a plan in place to help get you on track. Finally, we'll keep a close eye on your account to make sure you stay on track. Discover how within reach your retirement could be for you with a free portfolio review and consultation.
Hi, I'm Matt Personette with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3636 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
What if you could get the very best food from all around the country with the guaranteed lowest prices? Oh, and what if it's all shipped directly to your door absolutely free? Well, rejoice, food lovers, DirectEats.com is here. Direct Eats gives every consumer the freedom to find the best food at the best prices based on their diet, taste, or needs. That's because at DirectEats.com, the whole country is your supermarket. There's no membership fee, so give it a try. Just go to DirectEats.com and place your order today. DirectEats.com is the largest online natural and organic superstore. From locally made barbecue sauces to an array of nut-free, paleo, gluten-free, or anything and everything in between. The options go on and on. At Direct Eats, they have over 20,000 food products at the guaranteed lowest prices, and they ship them absolutely free to your door. There's no membership fee, so why not get started on your next food adventure? Stop by DirectEats.com today. That's DirectEats.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy dealing with the left's arguments. John Oliver, the host of
Yeah, which show? There's so many
last
new
week
hosts
tonight,
and new shows. I can't.
As Ace of Spades, another good blog you should read, refers to him, HBO's progressive televangelist. That's what he is. A couple weeks ago, he mocked the idea that terrorists would or could infiltrate Europe with Syrian migrants. Funny now? Then, in the wake of the Paris attacks, Oliver, again, defending his position, just referred to the terrorists as effing a-holes. Of course, has nothing to do with, their underlying Islamo-fascist ideology. And then he said, and this has been picked up by leftists like Ezra Klein and others as this great seminal statement, courageous statement. If you're picking a lifestyle and culture war with the French, good luck. That's John Oliver. Is that what this is? A clash of cultures, a clash of civilizations? Or is it terrorists who want to decivilize the planet? Is this new, or has this been going on for 1,200 years in various forms? The ignorance of the left, the dangerous silliness of their understanding of the threat that's faced, as evidenced by John Oliver. And don't take my word for it. Let's go to Ayaan Hirsi Ali, the author of Heretic, somebody who was Muslim, understands the culture. As a child, she was forcibly mutilated. And she's a respected academic. Here's what she has to say about this argument. That Obama, Kerry, Gutierrez, all of them, we're doing their bidding for recruiting when we respond as some conservatives suggest we respond, and frankly, even some Democrats.
I think the president is right. The United States of America and the rest of Western civilization is not at war with Islam. But Islamic extremists is invoking Islamic theology and aided and abetted by some Muslim nations, the most prominent of which is Saudi Arabia, another one is Qatar, are waging war on us. And this strategy from 9/11, that is indeed the former President Bush, but also other Western leaders, the strategy that if we say this is something within Islam, we're going to lose the battle to them. That has been tried, and it is failing, as we are seeing now in Paris. I lived in Europe, and the entire leadership agreed on this argument, but what we're witnessing now is a failure of that strategy. We need to face the problem, and we should start by naming it.
And what the left wants to do here is what they always do, perpetuate failure, make it bigger.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
And Sean Hannity here. Nothing frustrates me more than liberal hypocrisy. Take our food, for example. The left claims to care about the poor and the environment, but guess what? They're waging a silent war against America's farmers that is making our food supply more costly and less sustainable. America's family farmers are producing more food using less land and fewer resources than ever before. Now, they should be cheered, but instead, radical groups are working with government bureaucrats to crack down on our farmers and limit the tools and technology that they're allowed to use. Now, the result is higher food costs for you, the American consumer, and low-income families. They're hit the hardest. Now, thankfully, someone is fighting back. Protect the Harvest is a national coalition working to defend modern American agriculture. You can check them out at protecttheharvest.com and follow them on Facebook to get the very latest news and see how you can help. Don't let radical activists control your family's food choices. Visit protecttheharvest.com today.
The Gun Safety Guy's mission is pure and simple: to help good people safely enjoy recreational shooting and improve their ability to protect themselves and their family responsibly. This is what Pastor Ed Bryant, the Gun Safety Guy, has built for you and your family. Pastor Bryant's background and experience enables him to communicate with all of his students, no matter what their age, gender, or ability. New shooters learn the fundamentals. Experienced shooters develop their skills. Above everything, all shooters are taught to value safety first. Family-friendly firearms instruction is the core of the Gun Safety Guy. And I took his pistol class, and I can attest to safety being the core of his instruction. So give the gift of firearm safety this holiday season. Gift certificates are available. Learn more at thegunsafetyguy.com. That's thegunsafetyguy.com. Family-friendly firearms instruction with NRA-certified instructor Pastor Ed Bryant, thegunsafetyguy.com.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, KT McFarland joins us at 7:07. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, Chicago area on edge after Paris attacks, and police are gathering to figure out what to do and how to brainstorm in response to terror. We'll have more from AM 560's David Stewart with that report. And a state senator, Napoleon Harris, says he wants to run for U.S. Senate. WIND Chicago News Time is 7 o'clock.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Dave Anthony. Did French police prevent another attack? That raid early this morning in an apartment in a Paris suburb rounded up 7 terror suspects. 2 died.
France is proud to have this type of forces, this quality to protect our citizens.
French President Francois Hollande, Fox's Simon Owen is live in Paris.
A day 5 days after Paris was attacked, a police raid targeting the suspected chief architect, a Belgian ISIS militant called Abdelhamid Abaoud. Everything we'd heard about him so far suggested he was in Syria, but maybe he was in Paris all along. No word yet on whether he was among the people discovered in the apartment. One of the 2 suspects who died was a woman wearing explosives who blew herself up. Scores of police officers stormed the building and all made it out alive, but police saying one police dog was shot and killed by the suspects. Dave?
Simon, terror fear diverted 2 Air France flights from America to Paris. Fox's Tanya J. Powers details this live.
No credible threat was found, but there were still some pretty tense moments. One flight had taken off from Dulles Airport and was diverted to Halifax on Canada's east coast. Keith Russo was on the other flight, which had taken off from Los Angeles and was diverted to Salt Lake City.
And then an announcement was made over the loudspeaker that we would be making an emergency landing, that the flight attendants were trained for situations such as this.
His flight was able to take off later, while those on the other plane stayed the night in Canadian hotels, Dave.
Tanya, amid all the terror worry, House Republicans could vote tomorrow on a bill to pause the program to allow thousands of Syrian refugees come here. President Obama says
apparently they're scared of widows and orphans coming into the United States of America.
He says it's counterproductive and Republicans should stop. 3 people are dead after a nasty storm hit Washington state. They were all victims of falling trees. Hundreds of thousands lost power. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Rain in 58 degrees. Winds are really picking up now at 23 miles an hour out of the south. 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. The recent terror attacks in Paris keeping Chicago on edge. 2 incidents yesterday, one at O'Hare, when an unattended suitcase in the lower level of Terminal 3 brought out the bomb squad. And on Tuesday, a Spirit Airlines flight destined for Chicago was stopped before takeoff and 4 were detained. It also was a false alarm. Chicago police and fire officials, along with dozens of their suburban counterparts from around the region, will be back at McCormick Place today. They're scheming and brainstorming responses to terrorism. AM 560's David Stewart with the update.
Plans for this terrorism exercise were set months ago, long before the ISIS attacks in Paris. Coincidentally, this mock attack features active shooters, bombs, hostage situations, and hundreds of casualties. Chicago Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy says as terror tactics evolve, so must the response.
Multiple attacks by multiple teams has it that everybody has to stay in their lane. Everybody has to play zone, if you will. Because if something happens in one area, it doesn't mean that it's not going to happen in another area in a few minutes.
Mayor Emanuel pointed out that there is currently no credible threat to the city of Chicago. David Stewart, Chicago.
A Chicago rabbi is set to be sentenced next month for molesting a teenage boy. Larry Dudovitz was convicted yesterday of sexually assaulting his victim in 2006 while he was sleeping at the rabbi's home. Federal appeals court has dealt Cook County Sheriff Tom Dart a setback in his efforts to combat the use of internet websites for prostitution. The court siding with Backpage.com and ordering Dart to stop sending cease and desist letters to credit card companies to stop people using them to place ads on such sites. State Senator Napoleon Harris entering the race for U.S. Senate. The former NFL player will try and unseat Republican Mark Kirk, but first he must make his way through the Democrat primary. And he has a big backer in supporter and Senate President John Cullerton.
Napoleon is a celebrity, but he's a celebrity with substance.
He now joins 2 other Democratic hopefuls in the race, Congresswoman Tammy Duckworth and former Ermit League President Andrea Zopp. Chicago sports, college hoops from last night. Penn State over DePaul, 68-62. Also last night, a big one at the United Center. Kentucky and Michigan State capturing big wins at the State Farm Champions Classic. Cubs skipper Joe Madden, your National League Manager of the Year. The news a service of WesternUnion.com's mobile app. You may be stuck. Your money shouldn't be. Send money around the world 24/7 with the Western Union mobile app. Download the app, send money fast. Next time you need to send money quickly, get out of a jam, tap the Western Union app. It's money. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Hey, Chicagoland, Dave Ramsey here. For the last 20-plus years, we've helped millions of people get their financial lives in order. And now, for the first time ever, we're bringing our Smart Money Tour to you. Financial expert Chris Hogan and I will be at Willow Creek Church on January 12th. If you're tired of living paycheck to paycheck or wondering what you're going to do when retirement comes around, don't miss this event. Get your seats today at DaveRamsey.com.
Sponsored in part by Dr. Amy and Associates.
Have you purchased gold? Did you overpay in commissions? How much did you pay? Do you actually know? What are your coins worth today? You work hard for your money. Pay their high commissions or get more gold. Call Goldworth. Discover what big dealers hope you don't know. Request the Insider's Guide free. Don't buy another ounce without it. Call 800-257-GOLD. 800-257-GOLD. Visit goldworth.com.
I know you've heard the IRS has the right to freeze your assets, garnish your wages. Good news is they can also give you a way out called the Fresh Start Initiative, a tax debt compromise program designed to save you serious money. Optima is the nation's leading tax resolution firm. Over 300 professionals to help ensure you pay the minimum, not a penny more. Thousands call every month. You can call right now. Optima. That's Latin for cut me some slack.
Call 800-467-2766. 800-467-2766.
Optima Tax Relief.
7:06 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Let's get the latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Crashes are causing major closures, including Naperville northbound 59 still shut down Audrey to Ogden. 95th Street closed at Cicero and Oak Lawn, and there's a down power line in Lamont. 135th blocked at Smith Road. Inbound Eden's 33 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 24 the Kennedy. Now 40 minutes O'Hare to downtown, outbound 48. The Eisenhower, an hour from Thorndale to the post office, outbound 43 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 4 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive after an earlier crash near Damon, outbound 42 minutes. The Ryan, 21 minutes, 95th to downtown. Delays on the northbound Tri-State, really slow from Cicero to 47th, and from the Reagan Tollway to 290 and 2E to Dempster. Adams Tollway stop and go from the Des Plaines Oasis to Lee. Reagan Tollway from the Fox River to 59 and 22nd at 290. Veterans Memorial jammed. I-55 to the Reagan Tollway. Northbound 53 on the ramp to northbound Palatine Road. There's a car in the ditch. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
A little rain for the morning, then a shower in spots for the afternoon. Winds gusting past 45 miles per hour today with a high 62. Then a partly cloudy and breezy night, low 37. Winds gusting past 40 miles per hour tomorrow with clouds and sun throughout the day, high 47. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 60 at O'Hare, 61 along the lakefront. Next news, 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by HealthQuest Radio with Dr. David Kolbaba. HealthQuest Radio is heard Saturday mornings at 11 o'clock here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
This is a moment where it's better to be safe than to be sorry. So we think the prudent, the responsible thing is to take a pause in this particular aspect of this refugee program in order to verify that terrorists are not trying to infiltrate the refugee population.
I just think people shouldn't be hysterical here. The United States of America shouldn't turn away a mother and a child who have been driven out of their homes and perhaps had another child killed in the process and made their way over land or sea to seek refuge.
Congress may want to hide from this, but Congress can't hide. ISIL's not going away. And I think it is time, and you see a growing willingness and understanding in Congress that we've got to be more engaged.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. What up, Dan and Amy? And so yesterday, some nice moments of solidarity. Soccer matches, the one between England and France, where the English sang the French national anthem. The match between Turkey and Greece, however, in Turkey, not so much.
Yeah, the moment of silence was filled with boos, and then the Turkey fans started chanting Allah Akbar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and look,
they would have nothing to do with a moment of silence for the victims in Paris.
And look, I don't, I've been admonished by John Kerry. I don't want to get hysterical, like Paul Ryan was saying we should pause, and 27 governors saying we should pause. A bunch of lunatics, crazy, hysterical, foundationless reaction. Here's Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson, another one of these hysterics, talking about why he is one of the 27 governors supporting the pause until we trust the vetting system. Oh, by the way, Asa Hutchinson, he knows something a little bit about national security. He was the drug czar for a time during the George W. Bush administration. So not quite the same space, but certainly kind of in the same sector. Here's Asa Hutchinson.
Well, Arkansas and our nation does have a great heritage of accepting refugees. In Arkansas, we've accepted tens of thousands of Vietnamese refugees in times past. We've taken in our country Central American refugees claiming asylum from a war-torn country. But I have expressed opposition to the president's policy as a national issue and a security issue. Because, first of all, there's not any confidence in the vetting process, despite what the assurances are coming from the administration. And secondly, I don't think it's a good strategy to take relocation of Syrian refugees that are so geographically away from the United States. This is uniquely, first, a European, Asian, African refugee circumstance that needs to be dealt with there.
Boy, unhinged. Where does he come up with this crazy talk? Asa Hutchinson, shame on you, said John Kerry. But does Governor Hutchinson, does he have a point with respect to it being first and foremost a European, Asian, and African problem, the Syrian refugee crisis? For an answer to that question and many others, we're now joined by our friend and Freedom Summit breakout star.
Yes.
KT McFarland, Fox News Channel national security analyst. KT, thanks for joining us.
Oh, it's a pleasure. And it was a great pleasure to meet you and talk to you, Dan, when I was in Chicago.
Yes, thank you. A little preview. Next week, we'll have a long sit-down interview I did with KT on all of these issues for our Against the Current series on upstream-ideas.com. That was so much fun. Thank you for making the time. And so what do you think about what Governor Hutchinson and some of these other hysterics are saying, that one, we should have a pause, and two, maybe those Gulf state allies that we talk so much about, maybe they should be part of the solution in terms of at least temporary resettlement?
Well, he's right on all those scores. And the person I would look to is the director of the FBI himself, who said the problem we have in the vetting process is normally the way we vet is we go back and look at wherever the person is from, the country of origin. We check with the local authorities. This is somebody who has a police record, what's his background, who are his friends, who are his family. And in the case of the Syrian refugees, we're just not able to do that. And as the FBI director said, if they're not in a database, because there's no database, we can't talk to the country because the people have never done, then it's almost impossible to vet them. So what's wrong with a pause? What's wrong with encouraging, taking the humanitarian position that we'd like to help the people in their own region? So maybe they go temporarily to another country, and then when Syria is sorted out, they can return home. It's I just think that you cannot look at what's happening in Europe today, with Germany, Paris, Belgium, with some of the people who were involved in these attacks are in fact supposedly Syrian refugees, or that's how they entered, as Syrian refugees. We got to take a big pause and make sure that we know, first, we do no harm.
What do you think of Donald Trump's idea to keep, set up a village in Syria and build a wall around them?
Well, I'm not sure I would characterize it that way, but I think he's onto something, which is, what about creating safe zones in the neighborhood that we and the French and the Russians and the other people who are active in the region create a safe zone, and that's where the refugees go. They're given assistance and everything else until the day that they can return home, or move on into that part of the world where they share a common language, common heritage. They have relatives in that part of the world. It just makes more sense, and I think it's a more humanitarian approach.
A couple of op-eds of interest out today. One in the Daily News by Richard Clark, former counterterrorism expert, not exactly a proponent of the war in Iraq during the Bush administration, and the other by Ralph Peters, a retired Army colonel who's also a Fox News contributor. Very interesting. They both suggest escalating the war against ISIS like now. Clark talks about taking back cities like Mosul. Peters goes further and suggests that because Obama wouldn't go to Raqqa, the jihadis went to Paris. He suggests, and I'm just quoting from him, the generals who won World War II would start by leveling Raqqa, the ISIS Caliphate center, kill 10,000 to save 1 million. Unthinkable? Fine, we lose. Your perspective on escalation, including specifically what Colonel Peters had to say.
Well, I would suggest there's a third and even better article that people should read, and that's at foxnews.com, and it's my 10-point plan to defeat ISIS.
Of course. There you go. I was just setting that up.
Yeah, what is your 10-point plan?
Okay, it's much bigger than just debates about how many troops we send. And this is, take a step back, and the French president was just speaking a few minutes ago, and he said this is an assault against the way we live in the West. I think that this is an Islamic terrorist assault, not just against, a few places in Paris, but it's against the whole of Western civilization. So how do we deal with those kinds of challenges? We did it during the Cold War. We did it during World War II. And a 10-point plan would say, first, assemble an alliance, including having to hold our nose and ally with countries and people we don't like and we don't necessarily agree with, but we all face a common enemy. Why don't we work with Putin? Why don't we work with Assad? Even the hacktivist group Anonymous that says they want to fight against ISIS and radical Islam. Make common cause with them to defeat our common enemy. Secondly, arm our friends in the region, the Kurds, the Israelis, the Jordanians, the Egyptians. Third, go after their banking system and their source of wealth, like Donald Trump says. Bomb the oil fields, bomb the refineries, sink the tankers that are taking ISIS products to market. And secondly, use the U.S. banking system. We control the world banking system because all trade is denominated in dollars. Use that to track ISIS monies and make sure that we sanction any country or company that is doing business with ISIS. Fight an ideological war. We keep saying that we're all equivalent. Every culture is just... No, it's not. Fight an ideological war. Launch a propaganda war. Encourage Islam's leading clerics to speak out. A number of them have already done so, but we don't give them the platform they need.
You were speaking of these oil fields. Sorry for interrupting. Yeah. I just didn't realize that their oil fields that ISIS owns generate $40 million a month. And after the Paris strikes, we hit their ISIS fuel trucks, about 100 of them. But why didn't we go after the oil fields right away?
Well, it's because of another point that I make, which is that the collateral damage. Our generals have their hands so tied. Our military is not allowed to do anything for fear there may potentially be a civilian casualty and collateral damage. And so we will let 9 out of 10 potential targets go for fear that we do any collateral damage. Now, I understand the interest in minimizing civilian casualties, but this is war. And would we rather, as Ralph Peters says, we don't want to lose this war, and if the cost is some civilian casualties, then maybe that's a price worth paying. And that's why everybody's looking at Putin, who's bombing, and the French who are bombing, and say, finally, somebody's doing it.
And so some of what you're talking about, but particularly the ideological war, it seems to me that speaks to this dual problem we have in the West. One is Westerners going to fight with ISIS, maybe some as many as 3,000, and what to do about them with respect to their citizenship, like revoke it. But secondly, this fifth column problem we have in places like these no-go zones in Paris.
Well, that's where the raid was just a few hours ago, was in one of these areas where there's a large immigrant population, and that's where they think the mastermind was set up and was planning next. That Paris just had a raid a few hours ago, Dan. I don't know if you
guys
were following. You've been following it. Okay,
yeah.
and they think that they've prevented a second major attack in Paris by going after finding the cell of these people. You know, but we've got to take the political correctness gloves off.
Yeah.
You know, we're treating everybody the same because we don't want to discriminate. But, you know, as a grandmother on her way to Disney World, she and her grandchildren get the same level of scrutiny as a young male who's gone multiple times to North Waziristan, who's traveling on a visa, who doesn't have a return ticket, who has no luggage and bought his ticket in cash. That's the guy we ought to take a much closer look at, not Granny and the grandchildren and, you know, My Little Pony toys.
KT McFarland, Fox News national security analyst. I have tweeted out your 10-point plan because people should pay attention to it. You're a cold warrior. You're a winner. So
we know how to do this.
Exactly.
We've done it before.
All right. And KT McFarland knows how to do it and advise on how it should be done. And KT, as always, we thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Amy. Thanks, Dan.
And she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
So the interview you did with KT McFarland, where can we find it? Is it up now?
It'll be posted at upstream-ideas.com on Sunday.
She really is the best. What's good right now is the forecast because it's warm because this is not going to stick around for long. We're going to have a high today of 62 degrees with rain on and off throughout the day. Tomorrow, the wind is the big story. Gusts up to 40 miles per hour. It'll be cooler, a high of 47. And by the end of the week, we're going to be into the 30s and there's going to be snow. Let's see if there's any better news on the roadways. How are those crashes shaping up? Here's Jim Telemonte with the answer.
Thanks, Amy and Dan. Still big problems and major closures because of early morning crashes. 95th Street shut down in Oak Lawn at Cicero Avenue due to an early morning crash with injuries. Same goes for northbound 59 in Naperville from Audrey to Ogden. Southbound only one lane is open. Northbound Tri-State, brutal. Cicero to 47th, and there are delays from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue and Toohey to Dempster after a collision. Adams Tollway delays. Roselle to Meacham. Westbound Elmhurst Road to Arlington Heights Road due to construction. Eastbound Reagan Tollway slow from the Fox River to 59 and 22nd at 290. Veterans Memorial jammed I-55 to the Reagan Tollway. The Aidens is 36 minutes from Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 30. The Kennedy, 40 minutes O'Hare to downtown outbound 48. The Ike, 58 minutes from Thorndale to the Loop outbound 43. Stevenson, 58 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. That's an improvement. The Ryan, 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Gentlemen, it's Dan Proft, and it's Movember. Guys, you know what that means. Mustaches and taking better care of your health. In honor of Movember, Low T Center is offering a testosterone and PSA test for only $50, and no appointment is necessary. Low T Center makes it easy to get your levels checked. I experienced it personally. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and you know your results within minutes. Services are covered by most health insurance. Low T levels can make you feel tired and grumpy, can raise your cholesterol and cause weight gain. Low T Center's experienced medical staff will educate you on the benefits and risks of testosterone replacement. Low T Center even has convenient and flexible hours. So take care of yourself this Movember and get your PSA and testosterone tested for only $50. It's easy. I did it. Call my friends at Low T Center today, 630-409-4305, 630-409-4305, or visit them online at lowtcenter.com and tell them Dan Proft sent you.
The following is a paid political announcement.
The voices of Christians.
I am a person of faith, and I'm asking Senator Kurt to protect the environment.
I would like my children, my grandchildren, to be able to breathe clean air and drink fresh, clean water.
Without all of the smog and pollution.
Speaking out to protect God's creation.
It's up to us to care for the earth that God left us.
To protect what God created. It's in our hands, and right now, Senator Kurt, it's in your hands.
Climate change is real. It endangers the health of our children, worsens poverty throughout the world, and threatens our economy. But the Clean Power Plan of the Environmental Protection Agency will help create a healthier, more prosperous future. Call Senator Mark Kirk and tell him, as pro-life Christians, we believe reducing pollution is one of the greatest moral opportunities of our time. Tell Senator Kirk to support the EPA's Clean Power Plan, paid for by Evangelical Environmental Network.
Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. License in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
I had fantastic results with the Andro 400 Max. Probably lost 35 pounds. And more impressive than that was the inches I lost off of my belly and my waist. And the increased energy is fantastic.
Andro 400 Max, the best all-natural testosterone booster. Gain energy, lose belly fat. Go to andro400.com or call 888-400-0435. 888-400-0435.
You are a sign business, you want to grow, and you want to make more money. So do I. I want to partner with you. This is Dave Carlson, and my sign company is Franco Carlson & Company. We've been doing business in Chicago since 1894. With millions of dollars of state-of-the-art equipment, we can do any job. Trade shows, bus and vehicle wraps, banners for special events, even custom wallpaper. We can help you expand your sign business. If there is an order, any order, or a piece of business that you don't have the capabilities to do yourself, we can do it with you. You don't have to turn away any sign or print business any longer. Speed and quality to meet your deadlines. You have my word on that. Expand your sign business. Take any order. Make more money. Become a partner with Franco Carlson & Company. Contact me for a quote or stop by for a tour of our shop. Franco Carlson & Company. We are the sign company's partner.
Call Franco Carlson & Company at 773-847-6900. 773-847-6900.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so we're talking to Katie McFarland, her 10-point plan, including her embrace of Trump's idea. I think she said it more artfully than Trump did, but the point is not lost, the idea of creating safe zones in countries, if not the home country, for example, in Syria, because it's difficult to identify safe zone areas, then perhaps in the region, an idea worth considering. So
yeah, that's something new that I learned today.
And
her 10-point plan you tweeted out, and I'll retweet it. That article that you wrote for Fox on how to defeat ISIS.
And frankly, Trump's standing has improved in the wake of the remarks he's made since the Paris attacks. Reuters poll has 35% of Republican primary voters saying they trust him more to deal with terrorism than they did previously, only 10% saying they trust him less. So Trump is putting together an interesting coalition, people looking at him as the best equipped on a number of issues that have risen to near top of the issues of importance in terms of informing people's votes. Trump's political prospects not to be trifled with. Charlotte in Arlington Heights, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, I was reading that there's two ways to accomplish jihad. One is through the violent way, and the other is through mass migration. I was reading in Investors Business Daily, November 5th, they did a poll of European Syrian refugees, an Arab Center for Research, and they found out that almost 1 in 4 either favored ISIS or were lukewarm toward it. So you bring these people here, and they would be pretty good recruits for the cause.
Go
ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Charlotte.
Well, that's about it. That was a Resettling Terrorist article, November 5th, Investors Business Daily editorial page.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, this is the issue. Again, we've talked about this before, the sheer numbers. It's a small percentage that are Islamo-fascist, okay. But a small percentage of a big number is a big number. And
all it takes is one.
And in addition to that, you also have, as Charlotte was kind of alluding to, people that are kind of lukewarm. They may not commit the terrorist acts themselves, but they're in a soccer stadium in Turkey chanting Allah Akbar during a moment of silence for the Paris attacks.
Unbelievable.
Pretty chilling stuff.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
I stopped taking artificially produced multivitamins, and I tried the Balance of Nature because it just makes sense. What's more natural than actual food? It just rings true. It just makes sense, and from a scientific standpoint, it makes sense also. You're supposed to be getting nutrition from whole foods. I definitely feel better overall. My energy level is better.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
Gather your friends, your family, and coworkers to team up for a holiday party that will be remembered for years to come. Make 10 Pin Bowling Lounge your destination for your office party or get-together. Amy, you're on the bowling team, the Pinky Tuscaderos, right?
Right, yeah. I have a bowling ball and bowling shoes.
Satin jacket.
Yeah.
I like to bowl. I'm not great at it, but it's a lot of fun.
Well, I'll
What's your average?
About 160.
Oh, come on. All right. We're going bowling. We're going to put this to the
Wow.
test. I think this
My
is a little
high was
braggadocio.
192.
All right. You can see Amy and I at 10 Pin and our face-off. But 10 Pin isn't just bowling. It's a cool, comfortable, upscale lounge with great music, delicious food, and a tempting drink list. You have to see their 128-foot video wall featuring your favorite sports teams or your own presentation. And you'll be on your game on one of the 24 state-of-the-art bowling lanes. If the pins don't go down as easily as the martinis, burgers, and conversation, don't worry. That's only part of the fun. Let their expert team of party planners customize your event, big or small. There's room for everyone. So enjoy your next happy hour, corporate outing, or party at 10 Pin Bowling Lounge downtown on State Street, right next to the House of Blues. Come for the bowling or just come for everything else. Get started today at 10pinchicago.com. That's the number 10, as in 10pinchicago.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Oh, yeah. Wait for it. Ready? Oh, yeah. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Wow. Steve Moore, Chief Economist of the Heritage Foundation, to talk about Donald Trump's appeal to middle-income voters at 7:37.
And there's a sex strike going on in Chicago to help combat violence. We'll explain. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Oh, yeah. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Rain 58 degrees. Police near Paris have wrapped up a 7-hour operation targeting the alleged mastermind of last week's terror attacks that killed 129. Fox's Simon Owen has more from the scene.
5 days after Paris was attacked, a police raid targeting the suspected chief architect, a Belgian ISIS militant called Abdelhamid Abaoud. Everything we'd heard about him so far suggested he was in Syria, but maybe he was in Paris all along. Still no word whether he was among the people discovered in the apartment. One of the two suspects who died was a woman who blew herself up. Scores of police officers stormed the building and all made it out alive, but police saying one police dog was shot and killed by the suspects. In Paris, Simon Owen, Fox News.
Meantime, French President François Hollande says they need to unite as a country and an international community against ISIS.
What we need to do is annihilate an army which is a threat for the entire world and not just some countries.
Hollande says France will play a major role in the conflict at both a military and diplomatic level. Turkey's state-run news agency this morning says authorities are holding 8 at Istanbul's main airport, who they suspect are ISIS militants planning to make their way to Germany, posing as refugees. The White House says efforts to battle ISIS with airstrikes are working.
The only reason the French were able to take out these targets overnight is because they were relying on intelligence information that was provided by the United States. They were relying on logistical support that was provided by the United States.
Press Secretary Josh Earnest. Officials say anonymous threats forced 2 Air France planes bound for Paris from the United States to be diverted. Tuesday night, both planes landed safely in North America. Former Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich wants the U.S. Supreme Court to hear his corruption case appeal. A petition was filed yesterday in the nation's highest court. And the widow of Fox Lake officer Joseph Glinowitz wants to have access to her bank accounts. Lawyers for Melody Glinowitz say they've filed a request to lift a restraining order that has frozen her personal checking and savings accounts. Chicago sports. Men's college basketball, Penn State topped DePaul, Western Illinois over UIC, and last night at the United Center, Kentucky and Michigan State with big college hoops wins. Cubs skipper Joe Madden, your National League Manager of the Year. And the news, a service of RCN, Entertainment Redefined. Get RCN's award-winning MegaFast 155 Internet Plus. Watch TV anywhere with RCN to go. All for as low as $55.94 per month. It's MegaFast-tastic. RCN, Entertainment Redefined. 800-RING-RCN or RCN.com. 7:34 and a check of traffic and weather next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher believes college campuses are in trouble.
What's happened at the University of Missouri? I'm dumbfounded by the resignation of the president of this school. They're going to use your resignation and now hold college presidents and administrators and chancellors hostage if they don't get their way. America's college campuses are headed for such trouble right now.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas. Best beans, best roast, best coffee. Recently, Chicago heard about the horrific accident involving your company's IT guy, Steve Areno. Turns out Steve Areno is healing, but he's just filed a disability claim, leaving your company's IT needs up in the air. It's a good thing you didn't wait to call Turnkey IT. Turnkey IT immediately lifted the burden of monitoring and securing your company's networks. And as a result, your business didn't lose a beat. The giant question mark created by your lack of IT help was answered with one phone call. Turnkey IT is there no matter what happens to your computer system, with pros that provide live guidance and support. There's never been a question of if your company needs help. It's always been when. Instead of feeling anxiety when facing technical difficulties, you rest easy knowing that Turnkey IT handles it all. That leaves you to focus on the one thing that matters most, your business. Visit turnkey.pro and end your computer and network issues once and for all. That's turnkey.pro.
The most recent U.S. Supreme Court decision on the Affordable Care Act made one thing certain. We will all have to deal with this ever-changing law until at least 2017. If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Obamacare, then you need a local expert on your side. That's right, your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 20-year licensed broker who's been educating AM 560 listeners on the Affordable Care Act for the last 5 years.
Thanks, Dan. If you have a pre-existing condition, a canceled plan, or your premium increased, now's the time to get covered. 2016 open enrollment begins on November 1st and ends on January 31st. During this 90-day window, you cannot be denied coverage. Depending on your income, you may find a more affordable plan. The new healthcare law is very complicated and you do need guidance. It costs you nothing to use a broker, so why not tap into my expertise?
Thanks, Steve. How can our listeners get in touch with you?
They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. That's 630-674-1551.
7:37 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Kennedy is now a 56-minute drive from O'Hare to downtown, 30 minutes from Montrose, 23 on the Express, outbound 52 minutes to O'Hare. The Edens, 36 minutes, Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 30. The Eisenhower, an hour and 6 minutes from Thorndale to the Loop, outbound it's 49 minutes. Stevenson, 58 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 39. Ryan, 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound, there are delays, 21 to Eau Plaine. Northbound jammed, Cicero to 87th, from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Veterans Memorial, big delays from I-55 to the Reagan Tollway, and Slow Butterfield to St. Charles, and Army Trail to 290. Traffic service of Flu Block. You know you have a choice in flu vaccine? This season ask for Flu Block, the only pure choice. Now available at Target and local retailers like Mariano's Pharmacies. For more information, go to askforflublock.com or talk to your healthcare professional. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Cloudy, windy, and mild. A little morning rain and showers persisting through the midday. High 62, breezy and cooler overnight, low 37. 58 right now. Next news coming up at 8. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Revealed with Randy Barcella. Heard each and every Sunday at 8 a.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, I'll tell you what, the Blue Collar Comedy Tour has nothing on Donald Trump. No joke. The demographic group most likely to back Trump, according to a survey that was reported by Bill Galston in the Wall Street Journal, survey that was done between the Public Religion Research Institute and the Brookings Institute, finds that the demographic most likely to back Trump is composed of men, white men, age 50 to 64, with no more than a high school education. He's the champion of the whites, quote-unquote, working class, or I like to say middle-income Americans that increasingly feel like they're being marginalized by their government and government policies.
And that the government's taking too many taxes, really ripping off, stealing their paychecks.
Decline in their real income and purchasing power. That's no joke. And in terms of Republican Party success, those white ethnic blue-collar voters, tradesmen and the like, if Republicans aren't winning that cohort, they're not winning elections, particularly at the national level. For more on this, we're now joined, as that music so indicated, by the Sultan of Supply-Side Economics. He is Steve Moore, Chief Economist at the Heritage Foundation. Steve, thanks for joining us.
Hi, Dan. Hi, Amy. Good to be with you. And by the way, you're exactly right. I've been looking at these demographic numbers of the Trump voters as well, and found the same thing in the polls I've been looking at. That you're getting the white kind of union, working class, middle class voters who are for Trump, and then all of the elite, the professional class and the of workers, and also the professional class of the Republican Party. They're all behind either Bush or Rubio, and I believe what you've got a clash here within the party, a clash of interests where, the kind of professional class kind of thumb their nose at Trump. And regardless of what you think of him, it's very clear that this message of Trump that we're going to take back America, that we're going to keep out the kind of products that are reducing wages and so on. That's an appealing message, and those voters are the ones that determine elections. Republicans, as you just said, Dan, they have to win those voters. They're the sort of old Reagan Democrats.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually.
Yeah. Well, and so to that point, what is it that Trump is saying that should be adopted writ large by the party? Because even though he has appealed those voters, it seems to me there's a way to appeal to that same demographic, maybe in a more substantive, cogent way than Trump does. But what's the takeaway for the conservative movement, for people who believe in free minds and free markets, that doesn't necessarily adopt everything that Trump says?
Yeah, I think one of the takeaways is that voters are angry. They're really angry out there. They're cranky. And, they're not feeling the love for this recovery, no matter how many times Obama says how wonderful the economy is, no matter how many times Hillary Clinton says that he deserves an A. There are not too many working-class Americans who believe that. And, this anxiety, whichever candidate, whether it's Hillary Clinton or whether it's Rubio or Bush or Trump, or Cruz can win that vote, is going to win the election. I have no doubt about that. And that anxiety has been festering now for 10 years. And I've written a lot about this. I mean, for 10 years now, the average American middle-class family has not seen a pay raise in their paycheck. And that's one of the reasons you look at the polls. 40% of Americans today still believe America's in a recession. Yeah. This is the sixth year of a so-called recovery. So this is the divide. It's the divide between, it's not the rich and the poor, it's kind of the working class that are really struggling, and, the professional class that's doing a lot better.
Stephen Moore, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but have you been able to interpret or understand at all Donald Trump's tax plan?
Yeah, well, we helped put it together.
Oh, you did? So, I thought, weren't you working with Rand Paul?
Yeah, I've been cheating at him.
Don't tell him.
Well, I've been working. Well, here's what's happening. Myself and Larry Kudlow and Steve Forbes and our Laffer have worked with almost all. The only candidate we haven't actually worked with is Rubio, and it's no surprise then that Rubio has the worst tax plan. Right? But like Trump, I think this gets to Dan's question about what should we take away? Is there a good message of Trump? And originally his plan was going to be soak the rich. Remember, he said we got to raise tax on the rich and higher tariffs and so on. And we said, look, you can solve a lot of these problems with a flat tax where you're taxing businesses, you're getting rid of all the exemptions and credits. And one of the things about the plan that Trump has put forward, and Rand Paul has this too, is right now our corporate, I don't want to get in the weeds too much, but our business tax is the worst business tax in the world, not only because the rates are higher than anywhere else, but because we tax what we produce here in the United States when we sell it abroad, but when a company brings goods and services into the United States, there's no tax imposed. So under the plan that, a lot of these, Donald Trump's plan and Cruz's plan, if Toyota, builds a car in Japan and tries to bring it in, they can bring it in, but they're going to pay the same tax at the border that an American company pays. So it's almost like a legal tariff on things that are brought in, whereas if you build something here and send it to Germany or China or Mexico, there's no tax. So it's for workers, that's a very appealing message.
We're talking to Steve Moore, Chief Economist at the Heritage Foundation, not just an economist, also a good message guy on matters economic. And so, Steve, what are we to understand from the departure now of the third successful conservative reform governor? I'm talking about Bobby Jindal, of course.
Yeah.
From the presidential race, again, someone that has a proven record as an executive, but couldn't translate that to get any traction in the campaign.
It's so interesting because, if we had this conversation, 6-8 months ago, what was everybody talking about? The superstar Republican governors. And by the way, my guy was the first guy out, Rick Perry, from Texas, who has a hell of a story. I mean, Texas created more jobs from 2007 to 2013 than all the other states combined. That is kind of a mystery to me, why these governors like Scott Walker and I think Christie may be the next one out, or Kasich. None of them have really caught on. Bush, who was a great governor of Florida, that was the big case for Bush, is look what he did for Florida. He hasn't caught on, and I think we're coming down to Trump, Cruz, and Rubio, and it is going to be this a big cultural clash between the establishment and the kind of conservative grassroots. But one other thing about Trump that I think is important. One of the things that I find very appealing about Trump, and there's things I don't find appealing about Trump, is it's been said many times, but the fact that he is taking on the political correctness and the fact that he is taking on the media is refreshing. And most Republicans go in the fetal position when it comes to dealing with the media. Finally, someone just stands up and says what he believes.
And frankly, the fact that he's taking on big corporate America with respect to some of his statements on immigration.
I agree, and look, that's the one issue I'm most in disagreement with them, because I think immigrants are good for our country and our economy, especially, the legal immigrants.
Yeah.
But there is an anxiety out there, and I say that because the big event of the last week, other than the Paris attacks, is these lunatic protests on college campuses, where these kids. I was on college campus last night, and these kids, it's unbelievable. Huge sign, no more ageism, no more racism, no more this. They have a new term. Have you ever heard this term? Ableism?
Yes, no more ableism.
This is the new thing. Ableism. So if you're able to do something, Dan, and I'm not able to do it, you're offending me by doing what you do well because you have ableism.
Next time you define ableism, please issue a trigger warning so I can go to my safe space.
Exactly. So, but this is craziness on campus right now, and I think there's a backlash against it. Right? You've got these pampered 22-year-old kids who've never worked a day in their life, and they've been given everything they've ever asked for, including trophies for finishing in 8th place. And now oh my God, you hurt my feelings, Dan. You should go to jail. You hurt my feelings yesterday.
Yeah,
Dan. Yeah. I'll tell you what.
He's already been arrested 5 times in my watch.
That's right.
We're coming after you guys.
The operative phrase was referring to 22-year-olds as kids. That's the problem. Steve Moore, Chief Economist at the Heritage Foundation. Steve, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
Talk to you guys next week.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one. Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Gentlemen, the candy store is officially closed. A sex strike is going on in Chicago, and women are signing up. We'll explain. But first, here's your forecast. Today, mostly cloudy, rain on and off throughout the day. A high of 62 degrees. Tomorrow, partly sunny. Wind will be the big news. Tomorrow, gusts up to 40 miles per hour and a lot cooler. A high in the mid-40s. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Amy. That inbound Kennedy is now an hour and 3 minutes from O'Hare to downtown. Express lanes will save about 8 minutes. Outbound 49 minutes to the airport. The Edens 36 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 33. The Eisenhower's an hour and 6 minutes from Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 49 minutes. Stevenson an hour and 4 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 39 minutes. Bryan 25 minutes. 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound, we're seeing delays 21 to 137. Northbound, Cicero to 47th, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue, Adams Tollway eastbound stop and go Barrington to Meacham, westbound jam from the Devon Toll to Elmhurst Road with a crash in the left lane, and there are roadwork delays from Bussey to Arlington Heights Road. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
I know you want to work with a Chicagoland real estate agent with qualified buyers who can guarantee to sell your home. That's why you should call Saul Z and the Z team. The average agent sells 8 homes a year. As a top agent with great marketing, Saul averaged over 300. 29 days pass without a sale in your listing, Saul will buy it. Now, working with Saul won't obligate you to anything because if you aren't happy, you just cancel the contract. Jason had his Hinsdale home on the market for 10 months with another agent. He switched the listing to Saul, and in a very short time, the home sold for $806,000, a full $37,000 above the original list price. That's why the Wall Street Journal ranks Saul among the top 250 agents in the country. I know I'll be calling Saul when I'm ready to sell my well-appointed condo or buy a new home. So go to callsaul.net. That's callsaul.net to find out what your home's worth, or call Saul directly at 888-346-0666. That number, 888-346-0666, and start packing.
What if you could get the very best food from all around the country with the guaranteed lowest prices? Oh, and what if it's all shipped directly to your door absolutely free? Well, rejoice, food lovers, DirectEats.com is here. Direct Eats gives every consumer the freedom to find the best food at the best prices based on their diet, taste, or needs. That's because at DirectEats.com, the whole country is your supermarket. There's no membership fee, so give it a try. Just go to DirectEats.com and place your order today. DirectEats.com is the largest online natural and organic superstore. From locally made barbecue sauces to an array of nut-free, paleo, gluten-free, or anything and everything in between. The options go on and on. At Direct Eats, they have over 20,000 food products at the guaranteed lowest prices, and they ship them absolutely free to your door. There's no membership fee, so why not get started on your next food adventure? Stop by DirectEats.com today. That's DirectEats.com.
This is Dan Proft with an Upstream Idea, brought to you in part by the Illinois Policy Institute. Baa1 is Illinois' bond rating after its most recent downgrade by Moody's. A more accurate grade would be F, because the continued deterioration of Illinois' creditworthiness represents the failure of Illinois' political ruling class to abide its fiduciary duties to all of us. So what happens when Illinois' ruling class runs out of your money to spend? Well, they devise a new scheme to take more of your money to address the crisis they created. In the movie The Prestige, the Michael Caine character, Cutter, explains that every great magic trick has 3 parts. The pledge, where the magician shows you something ordinary. Here we have a relatively low state income tax, and Illinois is one of the few states that doesn't tax retirement income. The turn, where the magician takes the ordinary and does something extraordinary with it. Let's raise the relatively low flat state income tax, as well as create a new tax on retirement income, and Illinois' financial problems and the needs and wants of its families will disappear. And finally, The Prestige, where the magician has put the trick right in front of us, but you don't see it. You want to be fooled. And so we listen to the Chicago Press Corps tell us that taking more of our money is the responsible thing to do. Heck, it was even our idea. Illinois' political mystics have fooled voters for 4 decades. Perhaps they'll do so again. But millions have realized that Illinois has lost its prestige. And the one thing legerdemain cannot make reappear is all of those who have left. For more ideas like this, visit upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. I'm Dan Proft.
AM 560, The Answer.
Focus.
So I understand sex strikes are not just for Charlie Sheen anymore?
No, no, it's the premise of Chirac, the Greek fable about women withholding sex from their men until the violence on the streets stop. And one woman from Chicago, her name is April Lawson. She was so outraged by the killings of LaShawn Lee and the Tyshawn Lee and Kaylin Pryor, the model who was standing at the bus stop. And she was upset because within a week after those shootings, she saw people in her neighborhood. They didn't seem to care about the shootings. They were outside of the Michael Jordan shop waiting in line to get shoes.
These guys just like buying gym shoes and carrying on like life is normal. Then I saw the trailer to Chirac.
And she got the idea to go on a sex strike in order to create change.
Is she married?
She's a single mom, an activist. She penned this
a non-activist, it sounds like.
Well, yeah, hey-oh, but she's trying to make a difference, and people are signing up.
I vow to stay celibate until Black men organize and create a strategy to keep the peace in our neighborhoods.
How many people have signed up?
27 women have signed up to remain celibate until guns and are off the streets in the city of Chicago in their neighborhood, and that the murder rate goes down.
Well, that's better than anything Father Flager's offering.
If you decide to silently protest, it might get them to think.
So is this woman crazy, or do you think the ingenuity is just incredible that she might make a difference? What? Do you think she'll make a difference?
I appreciate the effort, but do I think this is going to make a substantial difference in violence in the streets of Chicago? No. It's just a movie based on something that was just a play. That's not a documentary.
Gentlemen, she wrote in her final words, the candy store is officially closed. We are on strike. Panties up, shirts down. Let the lockdown begin.
Ellen, I have always conducted my sex life according to 3 simple principles. 1, if at all possible, ladies first. 2, it's easier to be forgiven than ask permission. And 3rd, and most important, the 10 seconds it takes to put on a condom beats the hell out of the 10 years you have to pretend to like soccer.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
They're just awesome. I keep telling people because they keep asking me, what am I doing? I told them what I did with my cholesterol. I had the blood test, right? And it went down 100 points. 262, now it's 162. And then my bad cholesterol was 62, now it's 52. So, and then with my blood work, the doctor said, I don't know what you're doing, but everything is just perfect.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
And now, a moment of objectivism with Yaron Brook and the Ayn Rand Institute.
When philosopher and novelist Ayn Rand was interviewed on the Johnny Carson show in 1967, Carson asked her if she believed in God. She said simply, "No, I do not." Ayn Rand rejected religion and laid out a code of morality based on reason, not faith. When asked to describe her philosophy, she said, quote, "I am the creator of a new code of morality, which so far has been believed impossible. A morality not based on faith, not on arbitrary whim, not on emotion, not on arbitrary edict, mystical or social, but on reason. A morality which can be proved by means of logic, which can be demonstrated to be true and necessary." Find out more about Ayn Rand's revolutionary philosophy at ariradio.com. From the Ayn Rand Institute, I'm Yaron Brook.
This has been a moment of objectivism from the Ayn Rand Institute. To learn more, listen to the Yaron Brook Show, Saturdays at 4 on AM 560, and visit ariradio.com.
Why are Ayn Rand's ideas so compelling? Her worldview, her philosophy, expressed dramatically in her novels Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead, embodies the ideals stated by the Founding Fathers in the Declaration of Independence and sets forth the requirements necessary to achieve a flourishing life. She called her philosophy objectivism and said it was a philosophy for living on Earth. Today, decades after her death, objectivism continues to stir debate and inspire passion for the spirit of individualism and the enduring American dream.
Life should be an adventure, and so should your health. It's another can't-miss Health Quest radio show this Saturday morning. Dr. David Kolbaba.
I'm the host of Chicagoland's longest-running health news and science show. As a primary natural healthcare practitioner, I've been helping people just like you reach a higher place of health and longevity, utilizing more natural strategies as I believe our Creator meant it to be.
Create your adventure in health. Tune into Health Quest Radio every Saturday morning at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Amy, per that sex strike, the Amish texter, I just hope the sex worker strike doesn't end in unionization of the trade. Could you imagine the worker with the most seniority? Nicely done.
And with that, we go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're following. A Blagojevich appeal. A state senator wants to run for U.S. Senate, and Joe Madden named the National League Manager of the Year. A cloudy and cool day ahead. WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony.
We are at war.
Une guerre contre
a war
un terrorisme
against terrorism.
French President Hollande praising police for this early morning raid. In a Paris suburb that lasted for hours, 5 days after the deadly terror attacks, Fox's Simon Owen is live in Paris.
Dave, it was 4 a.m. when people living in the suburb of Saint-Denis were woken by multiple explosions and hundreds of gunshots. But this wasn't another attack. It was a police raid on an apartment where authorities had received information suggesting the man suspected of masterminding Friday's events was inside. There's no word yet on whether police found Abdelhamid Abaoud. Authorities saying they're still identifying people. As police stormed the building, a woman blew herself up and a male suspect was killed, but 7 other people were arrested. Dave?
7 French warplanes dropped more bombs on ISIS in Syria overnight, targeting their de facto capital, Raqqa, where the Islamic militants are said to be hiding in civilian neighborhoods, not letting residents leave. At least one of the Paris attackers migrated from Syria, so Republicans are fearful about letting more refugees come here, and that's become a big issue. Fox's Jared Halpern live in Washington.
A Republican bill would prevent any refugee from Syria or Iraq from entering the U.S. until the FBI director and intelligence chief certifies they pose no threat. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell warning.
The ability to vet people coming from that part of the world is really quite limited.
The White House is pushing back, explaining the vetting process can take 2 years and noting more than half the refugees admitted so far have been children.
When candidates say we want to admit 3-year-old orphans, that's political posturing.
President Obama has argued shutting out those fleeing the terror of ISIS is not an American value. Dave.
Jared, home builders were not as busy last month, breaking a lot less ground on new projects. So-called housing starts fell 11%, mainly because of a big drop in apartment construction. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Rain and wind, 58 degrees, and winds out of the south at 22. 8:02 is our time on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. There's an investigation underway after a fire heavily damaged 2 buildings on the south side. The blaze broke out late last night at a commercial building near the area of 47th and Michigan Avenue. Flames spreading to an adjacent building and causing multiple walls to collapse. The fire was still burning early this morning before it was put out by Chicago Fire. There are no injuries reported. Former Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich wants the U.S. Supreme Court to hear his corruption case appeal. There was a petition filed yesterday to the nation's high court. He's currently serving a 14-year prison sentence. The widow of Fox Lake officer Joseph Glinowitz wants access to her accounts. Melody Glinowitz says they filed a request to lift a restraining order put on by the Lake County State's Attorney's Office that has frozen her personal checking and savings accounts. A federal appeals court deals Cook County Sheriff Tom Dart a setback in his efforts to combat the use of internet websites for prostitution. Court sided with Backpage.com and ordered Dart to stop sending those cease and desist letters to credit card companies to stop people using them to place ads on such sites. Chicago sports, college hoops last night, a big one in the state. Penn State topped DePaul by 6. Western Illinois beat UIC. Last night at the United Center, Kentucky and Michigan State with big wins in the State Farm Champions Classic. And the Blackhawks kick off a 6-game road trip tonight against the Oilers in Edmonton. The news service of Blue Cart Recycling. Did you know that using a plastic bag to throw items into your blue cart can ruin recycling efforts? Lose the bag and Keep the recycling by throwing only recyclable materials into blue carts, and you can prevent contamination and protect the environment as well. For more information, visit chicagorecycles.org. 8:04 and a check of the AM 560 Business Beat is next, and from the Fox Business Network, here's Carol Zimmer.
From the Fox Business Network, economists are trying to determine the costs of terrorism. Last year, the cost of containing terrorism was $117 billion, according to the Global Terrorism Index. The cost of preventing terrorism rose to a record $53 billion. Recent incidents will likely drive that figure higher in the coming months. The era of frequent flyer awards may be coming to an end. American Airlines will join Delta and United in basing loyalty awards on the amount spent on the price of a ticket rather than the distance flown. And judges for the Pennsylvania agency that regulates buses and taxis is recommending a record $50 million fine against Uber. The decision is meant to punish the company for rides from 2014 until it received authority 6 months later. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Carol Zimmer.
8:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
When all is said and done, and the Obama administration rides off into the sunset, what one overwhelming theme will be the lasting impression? Here's one: asleep at the switch. While ISIS was making a rampage across the Middle East, we did nothing. While a Syrian dictator was killing 300,000 of his own people, we did nothing. When thousands of those same refugees came pouring across the border, we did nothing. Unfortunately, we were, and still are, asleep at the switch. So keep it here to learn what we can do about that. AM 560. The answer.
Do you have a retirement account? Is it likely to go up 60% or down 60%? Wake up. Low interest rates support the market, and it won't last forever. It's time to hedge with solid gold. You will regret not doing so in the next market crash. Do it right. Don't pay a setup and storage fee. Discover how. Call Goldworth. Request the IRA guide free. Call 800-257-GOLD. 800-257-GOLD. Visit goldworth.com.
I know you've heard the IRS has the right to freeze your assets, garnish your wages. Good news is they can also give you a way out called the Fresh Start Initiative, a tax debt compromise program designed to save you serious money. Optima is the nation's leading tax resolution firm. Over 300 professionals to help ensure you pay the minimum, not a penny more. Thousands call every month. You can call right now. Optima. That's Latin for cut me some slack.
Call 800-467-2766. 800-467-2766.
Optima Tax Relief.
It's 8:06 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center, and here is Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Mike. In Naperville, northbound 59 remains shut down after an early morning crash took down utility poles between Audrey and Ogden. Eden's inbound 33 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 33. The Kennedy, an hour and 3 minutes, O'Hare to downtown outbound 44 minutes. The Eisenhower, now an hour and 10 minutes from Thorndale to Loop, 55 minutes from Manheim, outbound 54 to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 10 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 39 minutes. The Ryan, 32 minutes, 95 to downtown. Tri-State southbound stop and go 21 to 120. Northbound from 111th to 31st and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Adams Tollway eastbound slow Barrington to Beecham. Westbound jammed from the Devon Toll to Elmhurst Road with the crash in the left lane. And the roadwork delays from Bussey to Arlington Heights Road and Barrington to Higgins. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, and your official Chicagoland weather forecast comes from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, mostly cloudy with a little rain for the morning. Winds gusting past 45 miles per hour. Then we'll have a shower in spots for the afternoon. High of 62. Partly cloudy tonight, low 37. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560. The Answer.
60 at O'Hare. Next news 8:30. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Ed Lukasik Jr. of RE/MAX Professionals. Why lose money listing your home with an amateur? Get the most money for your home listing with a pro.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
This is a moment where it's better to be safe than to be sorry. So we think the prudent
the responsible thing is to take a pause in this particular aspect of this refugee program in order to verify that terrorists are not trying to infiltrate the refugee population.
I just think people shouldn't be hysterical here. The United States of America shouldn't turn away a mother and a child who have been driven out of their homes and perhaps had another child killed in the process and made their way over land or sea to seek refuge.
Congress may want to hide from this, but Congress can't hide. ISIL's not going away. And I think it is time, and you see a growing willingness and understanding in Congress that we've got to be more engaged.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So among the things that John Kerry has said in the last 24 hours that are really quite astounding, one, he suggested that anyone who wants to pause with respect to resettling Syrian refugees, like 27 governors, they're hysterical. They're hysterical. That's number one. Number two, he said this after a meeting with President Hollande yesterday. There's something different about what happened from Charlie Hebdo, and I think everybody would feel that. There was a sort of particularized focus and perhaps even a legitimacy, in term, not a legitimacy, but a rationale that you could attach yourself to somehow and say, okay, they're really angry because of this and that. This Friday was absolutely indiscriminate. So that's John Kerry distinguishing between the terrorist attack against Charlie Hebdo in January and the terrorist attack on Friday night in Paris. Oh, my gosh. And he's the Secretary of State. A lot of calls this morning from people who actually know something about this space for escalating the war against ISIS. First of all, and this is from Democrat Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia, for a formal declaration that we are at war against ISIS, and then what to do. Colonel Peters, Ralph Peters, a retired Army colonel, suggests in the New York Post that it's time to turn Raqqa into a parking lot. Richard Clark, the former counterterrorism expert in the Bush administration, has kind of a three-step approach that includes taking back cities like Mosul in an op-ed that was published in the New York Daily News today that he wrote. Katie McFarland, our friend from the Fox News Channel, has a 10-point plan that really suggests a frontal assault against the underlying ideology, the Islamo-fascist ideology.
Cutting them off economically, bombing their oil fields, which they make $40 million a month.
And Gary Kasparov, our friend, the chess master turned human rights activist, suggests in the Wall Street Journal that, you escalate, but don't get in bed with dictators like Putin. He suggests that the argument in favor of alliances and the World War II model, talking about joining with Stalin to defeat Hitler, he says that comparison is not apt. First, Kasparov writes, NATO doesn't need the help of Mr. Putin or the mullahs in Iran to defeat ISIS. NATO simply needs the resolve to do it. Second, such an alliance would actually only undermine the effort, seeing the U.S. working with Assad and the Shiites of Iran, who essentially control Baghdad too, would further convince the region's Sunnis they have no choice but to turn to ISIS for protection. Interesting argument, because you do have a lot, including Republican presidential candidates, basically saying, well, let Putin take care of it in Syria. For more on this, we're now joined by Sim Tack, who is a military analyst for Stratfor Strategic Forecasting, one of my favorite sites to go to for in-depth military and geopolitical insight. Sim, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hi, thank you very much. Good to be here.
Can we start with what Kasparov said about allying with Iran and Putin for the purposes of defeating ISIS, saying NATO doesn't need to do so, and actually doing so would convince the region's Sunnis they have no choice but to turn to ISIS for protection. What do you make of that?
Well, he's touching on a very important subject, actually, and this goes way beyond the fight against IS. But we have seen the relationships in the Middle East changed, and particularly the U.S. relationship with these countries. The most radical shift there has been the nuclear deal with Iran. it's going to be very important for the U.S. going forward if they want to have some kind of a measure of security in the Middle East that they can influence without putting boots on the ground. They're going to have to make sure that every side of this this power struggle basically has some kind of a guarantee from the U.S. that they are being backed. And we're talking about countries like Iran on one side, the Shia angle there. We're talking about Saudi Arabia and the GCC on another side, but then you also have Turkey coming in as a third important party there.
And what is the role of Turkey so far?
So Turkey's been in a position where they, they're kind of growing in influence or imperatives in the region, if that makes sense. They're kind of being drawn closer and closer to having to actively intervene in the Middle East. And now Turkey's always had kind of a dual relationship with NATO, where on the one hand they are in NATO. They're one of the important military powers within NATO, securing the southern flank against Russia during the Cold War. But then after the Cold War, Turkey's had kind of an intent to start working with China for air defense systems to kind of have their own unilateral policy towards the Middle East. And one of the things that we see shaping up now, the way the fight in Syria is going, the way the struggle against IS is going, is we're seeing Turkey kind of drawn back towards the U.S. position there, and that could actually be a really useful tool to the U.S.
I'm trying to get a handle on what seems to be a fifth column problem in a bunch of Western European countries, most notably France and Belgium and Germany. And what can and should Europe do to combat this internal threat that they face and perhaps they haven't been willing to confront up until Friday night?
Well, one of the main focuses is going to be right now in the short term on rolling up any parts of the network they can still find. Like even today, we were seeing more raids in Paris where law enforcement agencies are finding more of the people allegedly involved in last Friday's attacks. In countries like Belgium, Germany, they're going to be very careful with any kind of tips they got, which is something we saw yesterday in the Hanover incidents. And they're also going to be working on more longer-term plans in terms of intelligence sharing, putting in place legal methods to actually prosecute returnees from the Syria conflict to prevent them from actually being able to find their place in these grassroots cells and plan attacks.
Do you think ISIS can do to Washington, D.C. what they did to Paris?
I think that would be something that cannot be ruled out. An important thing to keep in mind here is, we still don't know how directly ISIS in Syria was involved in these attacks in Paris. There are definitely links with people that have fought in Syria, returned to France, took part in these attacks, and there has been communication going on. But that does not mean that the operation was necessarily dependent on ISIS in Syria. And that makes it a lot more dangerous, in fact, because then when you think of the U.S., when you think of the Boston bombings, for example, all it takes to organize successful attacks is a cell of committed, ideologically driven people that might already be in your own society.
We're talking to Sim Tack. He's a military analyst for Stratfor, Strategic Forecasting, Stratfor.com. Sim, the Syrian refugee policy, what are we to make of these Gulf state allies that the president likes to talk about that are names of countries on a piece of paper, but sometimes not terribly helpful in practice? With the exception of the Jordanians, you don't have a lot of Gulf states volunteering to resettle, even temporarily, Syrian refugees. So when Americans see this, they're understandably asking the question, why should we do something that Saudi Arabia and other Gulf states are unwilling to do?
Well, Saudi Arabia and the Gulf states are basically tied down themselves. The point is that if they accept these refugees in significant numbers, they face a considerable internal security threat over time. And one of the things that we've seen, even with Jordan, as you mentioned, they're accepting refugees. In the past, they have done the same with the Palestinian conflict, and at times that has led to major security concerns within Jordan. That's not to say, of course, that that means if they can't do it, everyone else needs to take them. I think that the focus here will have to be on how do you accept the refugee fleet the refugee flow, and how do you actually integrate that into different countries in a way that it does not pose that threat? And is that even possible to begin with? There is going to be a certain level of risk associated with this, no matter how you turn it.
All right, Sim Tack, military analyst for Stratfor. Thanks so much for joining us, Sim. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And he joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Your forecast for today, mostly cloudy, windy, mild, a little morning light rain, then a shower again this afternoon, but a high of 62 degrees, which is going to seem awfully warm compared to what we're going to be facing for the rest of the week. Tomorrow, partly sunny, wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour, cooler, a high of 47. And on Friday and Saturday, into the 30s we go, with a chance of snow 1 to 2 inches between Friday night and Saturday morning. Welcome winter early. Now let's get the travel times on the roadways. How are those crashes shaping up? Here's Jim Telemonte with the answer.
Thanks, Amy. We had some major closures earlier. There's still one in Naperville. Northbound 59 is blocked off Audrey to Ogden. An early morning collision took down power lines. Or power poles, I should say. The lines are not a factor. And southbound, only one lane is open. And the Edens inbound delay started Peterson. 31 minutes, like Cook to Montrose, outbound 29. The Kennedy is 61 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 44. The Eisenhower, an hour and 10 minutes from Thorndale to the post office. Outbound, it's 54 minutes. The Stevens, an hour and 14 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound, 39 minutes. The Rhine, 32 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tollways are heavy. The Adams Tollway, big delays westbound. The Devon Toll to Elmhurst Road after a crash. Then Bussy to Arlington Heights route due to road construction. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Looking to secure financing on a new home or refinance your existing home, then you need to do what Amy did when she purchased a home, and that's called David Hochberg at Pearl Mortgage. Becca contacted her realtor's preferred lender because she thought that's what she had to do. Wrong, Becca. Becca was overwhelmed after talking with the realtor's preferred lender and then called her dad, Sal, for advice. Sal strongly recommended Becca call David because after religiously listening to his radio show and seeing David on TV, Sal believed he was the only lender to be trusted to help his daughter secure a mortgage. David answered Becca's questions and presented financing options her realtor's lender never mentioned. David loves referrals, but as the father of 3 girls, he truly respects and appreciates when parents refer their daughters to him when they need a mortgage. If you're purchasing a home and want to work with an honest and trustworthy lender that'll always look out for your financial best interests, do what Amy and Sal and Becca did. Call David 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. Or visit am560david.com. That website, am560david.com. David's helped Amy and Becca and thousands of AM560 listeners, but he can't help you if you don't call. So call David, 312-751-1333. That number, 312-751-1333. Pro Mortgage is equal.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gevalis, Joshi, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
Oh, I feel so energized, so awake, so vivacious this morning, all thanks to a great night's sleep, courtesy of MyPillow. And if you don't believe me, listen to Philip. He listens to AM 560, and he sleeps on a MyPillow.
I had a problem where I was waking up every night in the middle of the night and had a hard time going back to sleep. And to be frank, I haven't had that sleep disturbance since I received MyPillow.
Yeah, because you don't have to toss and turn and conform your pillow to smash it up in the middle of the night. No, MyPillow conforms to the shape of your neck and back and gives you support where you need it most. That's why it's the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation, American-made And there's a 60-day money-back guarantee on that bad boy. If you're not satisfied, just send it back for a full refund. So visit MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. Please use the promo code Amy. Do it now. This offer is for a limited time only. 800-489-0201 or online at MyPillow.com. Promo code Amy.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy. So I just want to go back to what John Kerry has said, mentioned at the outset before we talked to our friend Sim Tack from Stratfor. And by the way, we had a text, the website that guest worked for from 630 Stratfor, STRAT4FOR.com. It's very good.
I love his name.
Sim Tack?
Sim Tack. Honey, what do you want to call him? Sim Tack.
Sounds like a military acronym or some kind of pharmaceutical product. But he's quite good, as is George Friedman and many of the experts over at Stratfor. So John Kerry yesterday had this to say about Governor Rauner, not by name, and the 27 governors who want to pause the Syrian refugee resettlement to their states because of, frankly, a lack of faith in the federal government's and this regime's vetting.
I just think people shouldn't be hysterical here. I think it's appropriate for a governor to stand up and say, I want to make certain, I want to protect my people, but we shouldn't automatically say, under no circumstances, never are we going to keep faith with America's values as a country that sets an example as a melting pot.
So
what are the American values?
Well, it's the pay on to melting pot and people fleeing persecution. And I agree with all that. But John Kerry, never going to do that. American values. This is what Paul Ryan, he's the Speaker of the House, had to say about the House Republican position. Just listen to that as compared to how John Kerry, listen to what Paul Ryan has to say as compared to how John Kerry demagogued it.
What happened in Paris is pure evil. And I simply want to say that our prayers and our condolences go out to the victims' families and to the French people. It's clear that this was an act of war and that the world needs American leadership. The National Defense Bill that I will sign later today requires the president to come up with a plan for defeating ISIS, not just containing, but defeating ISIS. A containment plan is not enough. That has failed. In addition, the majority leader and our committee chairs are developing a plan to address the Syrian refugee crisis. Our nation has always been welcoming, but we cannot let terrorists take advantage of our compassion. This is a moment where it's better to be safe than to be sorry. So we think the prudent, the responsible things take a pause in this particular aspect of this refugee program in order to verify that terrorists are not trying to infiltrate the refugee population.
Is that someone who's hysterical? Is that someone who used the word never? Is that someone whose statement is not reflective of American values?
That's more reflective of my values. But John Kerry, he has to do that. They'll use this as a political tool to say, look, Republicans, they're racist. They don't want the Syrian refugees there, even in the Christians. That's how they're going to spin this.
Dennis in Crystal Lake.
Hey, Dan, Amy. Hey, that knucklehead Kerry's been in Senate since Moby Dick was a minnow. And
Hi-oh.
And why during the 90s, during Clinton's term, when the Rwandans were getting chopped up like a meat market, when the Somalians were getting chopped up, when the Sudanese were getting chopped up, why didn't they come forward and say, we got to bring these people to the United States? What is it about these Syrians that we're responsible for? They started it. Let the gosh dang region handle it.
Thanks for the call, Dennis. That's similar to what Governor Asa Hutchinson of Arkansas, who was a former drug czar, even though I hate that term czar with respect to U.S. government appointees, but something about national security. He's essentially suggested, no, we welcome immigrants here, particularly those fleeing persecution, and we want to resettle, but we want to do it in a way that makes sense. And, oh, by the way, first and foremost, this is an African and Asian and European problem, and they need to do some of the heavy lifting, too, perhaps more than they've demonstrated willingness to do, with the possible exception of Germany to this point.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
This is Michelle DeVal from DeVal Jewelers. Dennis and I want you to know that when you sell your diamonds, gold, silver, platinum, and estate jewelry to us, we will strive to give you the highest cash payment possible.
And all transactions are strictly confidential. There's absolutely no pressure. And like Michelle said, we can pay you 50% more by eliminating the middleman. Why? Because we are direct buyers.
We buy certified diamonds and engagement rings, 1/2 carat and above, broken and used gold jewelry, estate jewelry, gold and silver coins, and more. We really do understand the sentimental value and pledge to be considerate, knowledgeable, and private.
We have been Chicagoland's family jeweler for over 100 years. We take pride in having the perfect jewelry selection for every budget and taste preference.
We're just south of the Kennedy on Harlem Avenue in Harwood Heights. Call us at 708-867-8200. That's 708-867-8200 or visit DAVALLE.com.
DeVal Jewelers, more bling
and less sting.
Gentlemen, Dan Proft, and it's Movember. Guys, you know what that means. Mustaches and taking better care of your health. In honor of Movember, Low T Center is offering a testosterone and PSA test for only $50, and no appointment is necessary. Low T Center makes it easy to get your levels checked. I experienced it personally. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and you get your results within minutes, and services are covered by most health insurance. Low T levels can make you feel tired and grumpy, can raise your cholesterol and cause weight gain. Low T Center's experienced medical staff will educate you on the benefits and risks of testosterone replacement. Low T Center even has convenient and flexible hours. So take care of yourself this Movember and get your PSA and testosterone checked for only $50. I did. It's easy. Call my friends at Low T Center today, 630-409-4305. That's 630-409-4305, or go online to lowtcenter.com and tell them Dan Proft sent you.
AM 560, The Answer.
And coming up next on Chicago's Morning Answer.
No Hell's Kitchen for her. Sister Alicia Torres from Our Lady of the Angels in Chicago. Not just a expert in Catholic theology. We'll have that at 8:38.
And guess who showed up on a CPS lesson plan? Oh, we'll take the test here. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say good morning once again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, 59 degrees. Rain has stopped for now. Winds out of the south at 22. And French authorities are still not confirming whether the suspected planner of the Paris attacks was among those killed or arrested in a police raid early today on an apartment in suburban Paris. 2 were killed, including a woman who blew herself up. 7 arrested. A prosecutor says information from tapped and taped phone conversations and other surveillance indicated the suspected planner may have been in that safe house. French President François Hollande says France will be at war against terror and ISIS.
They were aware of the danger. They maybe underestimated the violence they would be faced with. But they saw their mission through. Many of them were wounded.
Hollande says he wants a large coalition working together to destroy ISIS. Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump reacting to the anti-terror raids this morning.
I think the French police did a really good job. Not easy. There's nothing easy about this stuff. These are really sick people, and we got to take them out, and we have to take them out strongly. And I really respect the French police for the job they did.
Trump on Fox this morning. All on board 2 Air France flights headed to Paris are safe. The flights diverted last night due to bomb threats phoned into the airline. Both planes landed safely, no injuries. At least 3 deaths are being blamed on powerful storms in Washington state. Winds and mudslides, 360,000 homes and businesses without power. Louisiana Governor Bobby Jindal ending his presidential campaign with a thank you.
This is not my time. I've come to the realization this is not my time. So I've come here to announce that I am suspending my campaign for President of the United States.
Says it's been an honor to run for the nation's highest office. An investigation is underway after fire damages 2 buildings on Chicago's south side near 47th and Michigan Avenue. The news service of WesternUnion.com's mobile app. You might be stuck, but your money should not be. Send money around the world 24/7 with the Western Union mobile app. Download the app, send your money fast. Next time you need to send money quickly, get out of a jam, tap the Western Union app. It's money. 8:33 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher believes college campuses are in trouble.
What's happened at the University of Missouri? I'm dumbfounded by the resignation of the president of this school. They're going to use your resignation and now hold college presidents and administrators and chancellors hostage if they don't get their way. America's college campuses are headed for such trouble right now.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Remodel your kitchen or bath with Galaxy and get free installation, free design, and free financing. Call Galaxy at 773-783-8300 or schedule online at galaxyhome.com.
The following is a paid political announcement.
The voices of Christians.
I am a person of faith, and I'm asking Senator Kurt to protect the environment.
I would like my children, my grandchildren, to be able to breathe clean air and drink fresh, clean water.
Without all of the smog and pollution.
Speaking out to protect God's creation.
It's up to us to care for the earth that God left us.
To protect what God created, it's in our hands. And right now, Senator Kirk, it's in your hands.
Climate change is real. It endangers the health of our children, worsens poverty throughout the world, and threatens our economy. But the Clean Power Plan of the Environmental Protection Agency will help create a healthier, more prosperous future. Call Senator Mark Kirk and tell him, as pro-life Christians, we believe reducing pollution is one of the greatest moral opportunities of our time. Tell Senator Kirk to support the EPA's Clean Power Plan, paid for by Evangelical Environmental Network.
The most recent U.S. Supreme Court decision on the Affordable Care Act made one thing certain. We will all have to deal with this ever-changing law until at least 2017. If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Obamacare, then you need a local expert on your side. That's right, your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 20-year licensed broker who's been educating AM 560 listeners on the Affordable Care Act for the last 5 years.
Thanks, Dan. If you have a pre-existing condition, a canceled plan, or your premium increased, now's the time to get covered. 2016 open enrollment begins on November 1st and ends on January 31st. During this 90-day window, you cannot be denied coverage. Depending on your income, you may find a more affordable plan. The new healthcare law is very complicated and you do need guidance. It costs you nothing to use a broker, so why not tap into my expertise?
Thanks, Steve. How can our listeners get in touch with you?
They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. That's 630-674-1551.
8:36 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Kennedy is jammed from Nagel to the Burns Circle. It is an hour and 2 minutes from O'Hare to downtown, 39 minutes from Montrose, 30 in the Express, outbound 44 minutes downtown to the airport. Eden's 31 minutes either way between Lake Cook and Montrose. Inbound Eisenhower, an hour and 10 minutes, Thornhill to downtown, outbound 54 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 14 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 39 minutes. Ryan is 32 minutes, 95th to downtown. Southbound Lakeshore Drive, slow Wilson to North Avenue. Northbound from around Soldier Field to Jackson. Tri-State Tollway, southbound it's heavy from 21 to 120. Northbound stop and go 95th to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway, stop and go Barrington to Meacham. Westbound from the Des Plaines Oasis to Arlington Heights Road and slow Barrington to Higgins. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Cloudy, windy, mild this morning. Rain and showers kick up again this afternoon in the forecast. High 62, breezy and cooler overnight, low 37. 60 right now. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas, great coffee, period.
Joe Walsh here. No Muslim refugees in this studio. Freedom returns at 5.
Dan and Amy, and this rather fascinating story. You know Our Lady of the Angels, Amy, right? This was where they that
horrible fire.
The fire.
Oh yeah, killed 96 kids.
Yeah.
I remember it.
92, I think, and 3 sisters as well.
Okay, of course. Well, you remember it better, okay, fact man?
Well, I'm just,
Topper.
The record reflect. Sister Alicia Torres, she not just offering late-night catechism, offering some late-night snacks as well,
Really?
Because Sister Alicia Torres is apparently quite the chef. She won the Food Network's Chopped competition. I guess this is one of these cooking shows. I don't know. But
Do you know what cooking is, Dan?
No, I don't.
It involves food and buying some from the store and then preparing it in a kitchen.
I'm the beneficiary of that. I leave that to the professionals like Sister Alicia Torres, who joins us now. Sister, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Oh, thanks for having me on today.
So, to tell us how it was you came to be a contestant on this Food Network television show.
Sure. You know, they were actually looking for religious sisters to apply to be a competing chef on Chopped. And so our community heard about it, and I asked Father Bob, my superior, if he thought I could maybe give it a shot. And he said, why don't you go for it? So I love to cook, and I cook nearly every day. And so I applied, and I went through the interview process, and now the rest is history.
And I mean, just to close a little bit, you won $10,000, right?
I did, absolutely.
And so you went and bought yourself a new car?
No.
Oh.
No, you know, myself and the other chefs were all involved in serving at soup kitchens and other opportunities to help take care of our neighbors in need. So all of us were competing for our charities. So the $10,000 has been given to Our Lady of the Angels Mission, and it will be used to provide food for the people on the west side of Chicago.
Oh, that is great. Now, when did you get involved in cooking, and what meal did you have to cook for the competition?
Sure, you know, I've been in the kitchen regularly since I was in middle school. I baked a lot in middle school and high school, and then into college I did a lot more cooking for friends in the dorms. I lived with a really great Catholic family on the north side of Chicago before I became a sister. So all leading up to the convent, there was a lot of cooking going on. My mom and dad always cooked. We had family dinners. So that was awesome. So I've just been cooking for much of my life. And what did I cook on the show? Well, it was a Thanksgiving-themed episode, so we cooked Thanksgiving-themed items all relating to turkey, green beans, cranberries, and potatoes.
No, I'm not doing anything next Thursday.
Oh, yeah, do you want to?
Yeah, I mean, if
Well, were you nervous to, because competitions are tough, and if you're not used to being, in the spotlight and having to compete under pressure, how did you handle it?
That's a good question. Leading up to the competition, I was a little bit nervous. But, as a sister, my life is grounded in my relationship with Jesus and prayer. And so I really believed in the power of prayer. And, I thought to myself, the Lord wouldn't give me this opportunity to be on the show for no reason. So the minute I stepped on the set and the day began, I had no fear. And I just knew, I'm going to do this to glorify God and to be able to help bring awareness to this terrible problem we have in our country of hunger and try to help my brothers and sisters who are in need by using this gift that I have of cooking.
And I mean, in preparation, just continuing on Amy's line of inquiry, did you have Father Bob over there? Did he scream at you while you were cooking? Isn't that how these cooking shows work? That say you're doing a terrible job so you could, get the thick skin you need to appear on the program?
Sure. Actually, this show's a little bit different. Chopped is a little bit different where there's a panel of judges and Ted Allen is the host. And so there's not a lot of, screaming going on. I'm sure that, on other episodes there might be a different type of competition among the competing chefs, but on our episode, I think because all of us served the needy, there was a real beautiful camaraderie, although there was certainly competition. And I'm very competitive. I think people look at me like, oh, she's so sweet. And I certainly try to be sweet, but if there's something that needs to be done or we need to go in and win, then I am 100% on board for, doing my best.
So, Sister Torres, was there, I know you were competing against 3 other chefs who, like yourself, work in soup kitchens, but was there maybe a little bit of trash talking? You call that cranberry sauce?
No, absolutely not. Actually, it was really, everybody was really gracious. But like I said, everybody was in it to win.
Yeah. Well, who is your biggest antagonist?
Antagonist? When?
What's his name?
When on the show?
Yeah, on the show. Who is your stiffest competition?
Actually, there's one of the chefs named Victor. He and I made it to the final round, and so he was putting out some amazing dishes. He works at a shelter in Connecticut. So I was looking at his stuff like, wow, Victor's really going for it. And so I had to definitely keep my game on going into the final round. And it was just really an honor to cook with him, alongside him and the other chefs as well.
And what were their religious affiliations, if I might ask?
No, I know Victor, nobody really self-identified. I would assume that they were Christian, but nobody really identified what religion they belonged to.
A possible Episcopalian?
Yeah, you got to watch the Episcopalians. That's why I was asking.
It could have been, but you know what? The thing is that as Christians, as all people of goodwill, we have to work together to confront this problem of hunger. And so it was awesome to be able to do that with these people.
Well, I mean, there's working together, but then there's the competition of a reality show, sister.
Absolutely.
And all those niceties go out the window. This is about winning, so you could feed those families on the West Side. Yeah, give us a little bit of sense, with respect to Our Lady of the Angels mission and those that you serve on a regular basis when you're not out doing your big celebrity stuff. What the need is on the West Side? Just give us a sense of the work that you and your colleagues do.
Absolutely. Here on the west side of Chicago, we're in West Humboldt Park, and like other areas of the greater Chicagoland metropolitan, we've been a food desert, which means that it's very difficult to access fresh, healthy food through the means that people have. So a lot of people out here don't have vehicles, they have to get in a bus to go to a real grocery store. So here at Our Lady of the Angels, we have partnerships with the Greater Chicago Food Depository, the Metro YMCA of Chicago, as well as many parishes, other organizations, businesses. And so collaborating with all these wonderful people, we're able to bring food into the neighborhood to help take care of 700 families each month. And we also work with about 900 youth throughout the month in our after-school and evening programs, collaborating with the YMCA at Kelly Hall YMCA, which we are partners with. So we do a lot of food pantry work as well as a lot of community meals here. We have senior programs, after school for the kids. All the kids in the after-school programs receive dinner before they go home. So there's a great need in the city to help take care of our neighbors. And here at Our Lady of the Angels, we just try to respond to that. We try to be really good stewards of the gift God gives us. We receive thousands of pounds of food a month here, and they go through our channels, through our doors, and then they go right back out to the people that need it.
So the food that you receive from the Greater Food Depository and other outlets, do you try and come up with creative meal plans and creative, tasteful dinners for people?
Absolutely, yeah. So through the food pantry, we get just groceries out to the neighbors. Sometimes I, suggest this is what you can do with this. But then when we're having meals here that we're cooking and serving, preparing, we always start out with the prayer service here so we come together, pray as a community. And then downstairs in our basement, it's the beautiful hall. We put out real tablecloths, real dishes. We wash everything. We try to make it as dignified as possible. And yes, we receive main items for the meals. We kind of ask, we need this, this, and this, but then how do we put all that together to make it delicious and fun for the neighbors? So, for example, last Wednesday we had chicken, and we had rice come in, so I had a bunch of dried cranberries, I had tons of onions, I had lots of apple cider, and I made a gravy for the chicken, and it was super fun, and everybody had a healthy meal.
So would you say at Our Lady of the Angels your habit is helping people?
Oh,
thank you very much.
So, very good.
Tell Father Bob he can use that one.
I will.
So, any more?
So what's next?
Yeah, any more reality shows? Maybe try your hand at Jeopardy. Get outside of your safe space of cooking.
I certainly have not really thought about being on TV again. I know that I'm very grateful. This opportunity has given me the chance to be able to speak about hunger and about my own faith and relationship with Jesus to lots of people. And I think that it's brought some hope that together, if we all look at the gifts we have, whether it be time or talent or the treasures that we have, and think about how can we use the gifts that we have to share with those who are in need. I think if every person in this country did that, the country would look different, and a lot of people already are. And so my hope and my message is to encourage people to think about what are things I have that I can share with those in need to help make our country a better place where there are no hungry people.
And if you don't clean your plate, you get the ruler, right? Is that how it works?
Yeah.
We retired the rulers about 20 years ago.
No, I'm still recovering from grade school, sister.
I'm sorry.
It's a great story. Congratulations. Thanks for all that you do and all that Our Lady of Angels does. It's really a pleasure to talk to you, have you on the show. She is Sister Alicia Torres. She is the Food Network Chopped champion. But really, she is a champion for Christ, and it's been a pleasure to talk to you, sister. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. God bless you.
And she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
So sweet. Coming up next, can you pass?
You'd be more like Sister Alicia.
Yeah. Coming up next, can you pass the Chief Keef quiz? Yes, a quiz that was handed out in a Chicago public school. But first, here's your forecast. Cloudy, kind of gray and dreary out there. Sorry. Light morning rain and then another rain shower in the afternoon, a high of 62 degrees. And tomorrow, partly sunny, but the big story will be the wind, gusts of up to 40 miles per hour, a lot cooler, a high in the mid-40s. Travel times on the roadways, I'm sure he's been busy all morning. Let's see if that continues. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Amy. Our Lady of the Angels may be an instrument of peace. The inbound Kennedy, not so much. It's 55 minutes, so hair to downtown. The delay start at Nagel, 35 minutes from Montrose, 32 in the Express. Outbound 41 minutes downtown to the airport. Eden still 31 minutes either way between Lake Cook and Montrose. The Eisenhower, an hour and 10 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, outbound 54 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 14 minutes from 355 to Lakeshore Drive. It's 48 minutes from the Tri-State. Bryan, 32 minutes, 95th to downtown. Still delays on the tollway, especially the Adams Tollway with the ongoing construction. Eastbound slow Barrington to Meacham. Westbound from Elmhurst Road to Arlington Heights Road and Barrington Road to Higgins. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Well, isn't that special?
I feel better about myself just having talked to Sister Alicia Torres, don't you?
Just want her to sponsor you for Thanksgiving dinner.
I do. You've heard me talk about the new website, upstream-ideas.com. If you haven't checked it out yet, you're missing thoughtful, expository content you won't find anywhere else from those who operate in the political and policy arenas. Each week, you can watch the latest episode of Against the Current. That's our long-form interview series with policymakers and opinion leaders. This week with Charles Lipson, professor of political science at the University of Chicago, talking about repression of expression on college campuses. You can also watch Illinois by the Numbers, our video series that breaks down Illinois one number at a time to explain what the policy challenges are, why we have them, and what we can do about them. This week, the number 97, find out its significance. And you can visit the site for highlights from each Sunday's Illinois Rising program, which tackles state and local politics and policy with deep thinkers from the Illinois Policy Institute and Illinois Opportunity Project. At Upstream Ideas, questions are asked that don't get asked anywhere else. Points of view are heard that aren't heard anywhere else. No sacred cows. No punches pulled. It's all at upstream-ideas.com.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
I had anemia. That's when I got on to Balance of Nature. Then when I came off it, I got anemia again. That's one of the reasons I got back on it. I said, you know what, let me call them up and let me start doing the right thing. I made a mistake by getting off it. I think this is a good product, and I'm going to just stick with it.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
Discover the wonders of Mexico's Pacific Paradise with Apple Vacations. Nestled between the Sierra Madre Mountains and the sparkling Pacific Ocean, Vallarta Nayarit provides the perfect blend of culture, adventure, luxury, and pristine beaches as far as the eye can see. Book your getaway during the Apple Vacation Super Sale and save on holiday and January travel. 7 nights at Cristal Puerto Vallarta start from only $8.99. Or discover a hidden beach in Riviera Nayarit. A full week at Maraval Resorts and Suites starts from just $11.49. Both trips include round-trip nonstop air resort transfers, all meals, drinks, and taxes. Call Traveloni at 312-334-7876 to book your trip today. That's Traveloni, 312-334-7876. Or visit Traveloni.com. Puerto Vallarta and Riviera Nayarit, Mexico. Live it to believe it. Prices per person based on double occupancy for select departures starting January 1st, including charter air on Aeromexico or Alaska Airlines for O'Hare, and taxes and fees, including September 11 security fee. See AppleVacations.com for baggage charges. Prices subject to availability and change restrictions apply. PC 15111 14095.
Coming up next, it's me, Mike Gallagher, right after Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560, The Answer.
Oh, you know it. This is Chief Keef. Ooh, yeah. He's a well-known Chicago rapper. He's had some run-ins with the law.
You're
no
so
big deal.
down with the struggle. Oh, my goodness.
I am. Well, I used to be a substitute teacher for CPS, and one of my fellow brothers is in trouble today because he apparently thought it was a good idea to have a lesson plan during music class on Chris Brown, and then he had one on Chief Keef. Now, Chief Keef...
A quiz?
Well, they had a lesson plan first, so they learned about the rapper, learned about the lyrics, which is all about, anti-police, having sex with women. That's the premise of all of his songs. And then they had a quiz.
Shooting at people.
Yeah, so, parents aren't too happy.
Speeding through your neighborhood.
Yeah.
You were a sub. You were supposed to take on whatever the regular teacher was assignment that the regular teacher was giving them and not what you wanted to give them.
I didn't know Rosie Perez had a child in that class.
Stop it. It's Fisk Elementary. We're talking about 6th graders there and angry parents.
With this assignment,
you're basically teaching children, okay, well, you can go out there and get you some guns.
Yeah, get you some guns and other things.
We already know that children are exposed to a lot of things. But with this type of work and a young man that has a rap history, that's a bit much for a sixth grader.
Oh,
So-
Chief Keef's not a role model. What a surprise.
We have obtained a copy of the sixth grade quiz that includes questions. Dan, real quick.
So, am I smarter than a punk-ass sixth grader is the question.
Exactly. What is Chief Keef's real name?
Keith Cozart.
Congratulations, you got that correct.
I'm sorry, I know that. I apologize.
Where was he placed on house arrest? Malibu, Northfield, his uncle's house, or his grandmother's house?
Grandmother's house.
Oh my gosh, you're 2 for 2 right now. Scares me. Ready? This will be a trick question.
I'm part of the rap community.
Who shot at Chief Keef when he was 16 years old? A. Lil JoJo's gang.
Yeah, okay.
One of his fellow Glow gang members? Nobody? Or police?
Tupac.
No, police did shoot at Chief Keef after he pointed a gun at them.
Yeah, that's normally what'll draw fire. Yeah.
What Kanye West song was Chief Keef featured in? I Am God, Power, Homecoming, or my favorite, Hold My Liquor?
I'll hold my liquor just because that's one of my
Bingo.
my theme songs.
You got it right.
Yeah.
Upon his release from jail in 2013, what was the name of the video that was released? Now It's Over, 3 Hunan, I don't even know what that means, KK, or Love Sosa?
Hard choices. I pass.
Now It's Over. Okay.
Yeah.
When
Hopefully
did
his career.
Here's a good one. When did he release his second mixtape? 2014, 2011, 2010, 2012, 2013.
I don't care.
Well, in case you care, it was 2012 and it was Back from the Dead. We're almost done here. What was Chief Keef's debut album? Sorry for the Wait, Almighty So, Finally Rich, or Bang?
Bang.
No, wrong. Finally
Do I
Rich.
still get to go to the Showcase Showdown?
We're almost out. Oh, do we have 2 more seconds? What was it? At what age did he stop attending school? 15, 14, 17, or 16?
A little birdie just told me it's 14.
Wrong.
Oh, little
I
birdie
set you up
misled
there.
me. Yeah.
Diet High School, he attended until he was 15 years old. And lastly, what year was Bang released? Oh, who cares? Let's see if the last one's even better. All right, ready?
I have a question.
This is the last one's so easy.
What percentage of sixth graders taking this quiz read at a sixth grade level? That's what I want to know. Can somebody answer that question for
Quickly,
me?
what city is Chiefs' loyal fan base located in?
Chicago. He's from Inglewood.
Oh, fine. You win.
I was born a poor black child.
Now, more than ever, choosing a real estate agent to sell your home is one of the most important decisions you can make.
I'm Ed Lukasik Jr., owner of RE/MAX Professionals. I know what it takes to sell your home.
The Wall Street Journal ranked Ed at 88th in the entire country for closed listings.
I know that there's no gimmick to selling your home, just a strategic marketing plan and the confidence needed to make your transaction successful.
Chicago Agent Magazine recognized Ed as the #1 rank in Will County.
You can hire anybody to list your house, but you'll need the local market knowledge that I have to sell it.
When Ed saw market trends change, he was ready and promptly received a RE/MAX of Northern Illinois Trendsetter Award.
Sure, it takes awards, but it also takes a lot of effort. So why would you try to sell your home with a we'll sell your house or buy it from you kind of agent? If an agent has to promise to buy your listing, then something's seriously wrong.
Call Ed Lukasik Jr. of RE/MAX Professionals, 630-679-5454. That's 630-679-5454. Sell your house with the professionals, RE/MAX Professionals.
Hey, if you have bags under your eyes, listen up. You can simply get rid of them just in time for Thanksgiving. That's right. Introducing Genucell plant stem cell technology therapy for bags and puffiness. And with its instant effects, you can see results in the first 12 hours guaranteed or your money back. So order Genucell now. And Chamonix, the company that owns it, will also give you the legendary Esotique wrinkle treatment absolutely free just for trying Genucell today. Call 800-525-8323, 800-525-8323. You will be absolutely amazed by the results or your money back. They guarantee it. 800-525-8323. There's only 1 week left until Thanksgiving, so why not take years off your appearance and get compliments from everyone? 800-525-8323.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. You know, nothing frustrates me more than liberal hypocrisy. Take our food, for example. You know, the left claims to care about the poor and the environment, but guess what? They're waging a silent war against America's farmers that is making our food supply more costly and less sustainable. America's family farmers are producing more food using less land and fewer resources than ever before. Now, they should be cheered, but instead, radical groups are working with government bureaucrats to crack down on our farmers and limit the tools and technology that they're allowed to use. Now, the result is higher food costs for you, the American consumer, and low-income families, they're hit the hardest. Now, thankfully, someone is fighting back. Protect the Harvest is a national coalition working to defend modern American agriculture. You can check them out at protecttheharvest.com and follow them on Facebook to get the very latest news and see how you can help. Don't let radical activists control your family's food choices. Visit protecttheharvest.com today.
Thanks so much for listening. We'll be back here tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. Now let's go back into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, the Chicago area on edge after the Paris attacks. A Blagojevich appeal to the Supreme Court. Joe Madden named your National League Manager of the Year. Cloudy, windy, and mild this morning. WIND Chicago News Time, 9 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. Who are they? And were they involved in last week's French terror attacks? Big questions. Hours after that early morning raid just outside Paris, police rounding up 7 suspects. 2 died. Fox's Simon Owen live in Paris.
Dave, prosecutors here promising more details soon, but confirming the raid on an apartment was launched on the back of information suggesting the suspected chief architect of Friday's attacks was inside. Until now, it had been thought that Belgian Abdelhamid Abaoud had pulled the strings from Syria. Explosions and gunshots were heard as police stormed the building. A woman wearing a suicide vest blew herself up and a male suspect was killed. French police say they've now carried out 414 raids around the country since Friday's attacks. They say they recovered 34 weapons last night alone. Dave?
Simon, a suspected terrorist who tried to get into Turkey from Syria is dead and more maybe in custody. Fox's Jessica Gallagher live in our Middle East Bureau.
Dave, Turkey's military says a suspected ISIS militant has been killed while attempting to illegally cross into Turkey from Syria. A brief statement adding 21 other people were detained during the incident, including 9 children. This is Ankara state-run news agency says officials have detained 8 others at Istanbul's main airport. They're suspected of being ISIS militants planning to make their way to Germany posing as refugees. One of the suspects had drawn a planned route from Turkey to Germany via Greece, Serbia, and Hungary. Dave?
Jessica, things like that are worrying Republicans who may vote tomorrow on a plan to pause the program, letting more refugees come to America.
They don't have
sex worker
databases. They don't have intelligence to vet these individuals past. They don't really know who they are.
House Homeland Security Chairman Michael McCaul ahead of a hearing about to start. President Obama says they're worried about widows and orphans and we shouldn't shut them out.
It's contrary to who we are. And it needs to stop because the world is watching.
This is Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Cloudy and 60 degrees. 9:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Winds are gusting out of the south at 22, and that may have had an impact on a large fire this morning that heavily damaged 2 buildings on the south side. The blaze broke out last night at a commercial building near 47th and Michigan. Multiple walls collapsed. The fire burned into early this morning when it was finally put out. There were no injuries. Recent terror attacks in Paris keeping Chicago on edge. 2 incidents that happened yesterday. One took place at O'Hare, one early Tuesday on a Spirit Airlines flight destined for Chicago. Both were false alarms. Chicago police and fire officials continue their meeting with counterparts from around the region back at McCormick Place today in day 2, brainstorming responses to terrorism. As AM 560's David Stewart reports.
Plans for this terrorism exercise were set months ago, long before the ISIS attacks in Paris. Coincidentally, this mock attack features active shooters, bombs, hostage situations, and hundreds of casualties. Chicago Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy says as terror tactics evolve, so must the response.
Brainstorming responses to terrorism.
Has it that everybody has to stay in their lane. Everybody has to play zone, if you will. Because if something happens in one area, it doesn't mean that it's not going to happen in another area in a few minutes.
Mayor Emanuel pointed out that there is currently no credible threat to the city of Chicago. David Stewart, Chicago.
Chicago sports. College baskets last night. Penn State beat Paul. The Leathernecks of Western Illinois over UIC, and the big one at the United Center last night. Wins for Kentucky and Michigan State in the State Farm Champions Classic. Cubs skipper Joe Madden, your National League Manager of the Year, and the news, a service of Target Red Card. At Target, your debit and credit red card is like the gift that keeps on giving, as in 5% off your holiday wish list on every shopping trip. Bertha. So let the stocking stuffing begin. Maud. Brought to you by
Louise, Virginia,
Priscilla.
All right,
Henrietta.
check. This sounds solid. All right. Chicago's Morning Answer with... Okay. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Will a sex strike increase the peace on Chicago's streets?
The candy store is closed. We're back at 5 a.m. 560. The Answer. All right. Let's give it 2 seconds. Is there anything else? Anybody else? Would Bobby Jindal talk to us now? Because he's a governor against refugees, taking in Syrian refugees. I think he is. Well, I don't know. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Will a sex strike increase the peace on Chicago's streets?
The candy store is closed. We're back at... Cool. All right, that worked.
Yeah, no, I mean, he'll be on topic. So we can talk about that. So
he's good.
But two in addition to Ronner. Then we got the sex worker person.
Sex striker, Dan.
Oh, sex striker. I mean, I keep saying that.
Worker.
Yeah.
She's celibate.
Non-worker.
She's celibate. All right.
What about that?
Okay, it's
dude,
in
IG, Chicago IG.
Oh yeah.